Good evening. I'd like to call this Wednesday, April 7th, 2021 meeting of the Oceanside City Council to order. Roll call, please, Mr. Navarro.
Mayor Sanchez.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Kine. Here. Councilmember Jensen. Here. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Here.
Councilmember Weiss.
Thank you. Could we please stand for the invocation? Tonight we have with us Pastor Mike Openshaw of the Lighthouse Church, and here he is. Good evening, Pastor Mike.
Good evening.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for this honor. Could we pray together? Heavenly Father, I just thank you for this beautiful time of year that is refreshing and reminds us that nothing stays the same forever and that things are always changing and that we must adapt to the changes. And so we thank you for getting us through the past year of pandemic, and we thank you for the hope and the change that is coming that is all positive, moving in the right direction. And we just pray for your blessing on our city. We pray for your blessing on those who lead and serve here, and that you might give them wisdom in the decisions that they have to face this evening. And Lord, just on our whole community, we just pray your blessing on the families that are struggling, as well as those who are doing well, that we might work together, Lord, to make this a better community, a better place to live. And Lord, I just remember Aaron's blessing and want to share that with our community. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine on you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace. Lord, that is our prayer for peace for our community, and we pray it in your precious name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Pastor Mike. Please remain standing and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready to begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Well, we have a couple of presentations this evening. First, and they're both really, really wonderful things here. First, we do have with us this evening State Senator Patricia Pat Bates for the 36th Senate District, and she is with us to honor and recognize Oceanside resident Valley Gilly as Woman of the Year for the district. Good evening, Senator Bates. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and members of the City Council, and certainly all the residents of Oceanside. You need to be very proud of Valley. She's done an incredible job, and thank you for providing this opportunity for me to recognize her, since the pandemic has gotten in the way of some of the wonderful events that we have up here in the Capitol during the year for our Women of the Year ceremony. So this one is virtual, but it carries with us, I think, the same accolades for Valley that she is very deserving. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to honor one of your city's outstanding residents. A few weeks ago, I did honor Valley at the 2021 Woman of the Year for the 36th Senate District here in the California Legislature, in absentia of Valley. But given annually by each legislator in our districts, the Woman of the Year Award celebrates California's extraordinary women. Due to the COVID pandemic, there was no in-person ceremony, as I mentioned. And some of the other Women of the Year chosen by my colleagues were honored in the same way, virtually, and some of them were able to get something in their districts in a distanced way. But we can always do the next best thing and honor Valley virtually during a meeting of our hometown city council. And that gives all the residents who tune into your city council meetings, and we hope that is many, very important to be involved in what goes on at your city. But Valley's efforts to serve her community during these challenging times make her such a worthy honoree. Through her work as a chef, an entrepreneur, and nonprofit leader, Valley has uplifted Oceanside by helping to address hunger and improve the environment. She is a fourth-generation Oceanside resident and has been the owner and operator of Jitters Coffee Pub for 18 plus years. She is the CEO and founder of Feeding the Soul Foundation, which is a local nonprofit that raises funding and creates awareness for other local nonprofit causes by putting on concerts and events. Valley is also the executive director and the driving force behind Oceanside's Kitchen Collaborative. When restaurants were forced to close during the pandemic, the collaborative rescued surplus edible food from farms, restaurants, and food businesses for local residents who were in need. In 2020, they served, and this number, Valley, is really incredible, 400,000 meals, diverted 350,000 pounds of food, and distributed 45,000 supplemental food boxes. These are awesome, and certainly very compassionate accomplishments for her community, deserving state legislature recognition. So I am proud to highlight Valley Gillies' inspiring work by making her the 36th Senate District Woman of the Year. And we have this, I'm going to get up, we have this beautiful memorial resolution for you, Valley, which will be sent to you. And let's see if we can see it on the screen a little bit, because it's really so beautiful. Can you see that?
Wow, it's
Yes.
beautiful.
The colors are much brighter, but it's really quite lovely to hang in your office, one of your restaurants, whatever. Or you can carry it around in your car and show it to everybody if you want to. But it's been my pleasure, and I hope that we'll have an opportunity. We're supposed to open up completely in June 15th, I think, is the target, so we can get down and do a personal, one-on-one, so I have a chance to give you a handshake and a shoulder bump or an elbow bump if we're still having to do that. But anyway, thank you, Mayor Sanchez, for the opportunity to recognize Valley. You're so very, very fortunate, your city, so very, very fortunate to have her as a longtime resident and such a contributing member to the family of Oceanside residents. So with that, there you go, Valley, and it'll be on its way to you. We're trying to decide where we might send it. And Chris Marsh, my district director, who I believe is who's on this call anyway, will be connecting with you to see where the best place to send it is. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor Sanchez.
Thank you. I want to stand and clap. Thank you very much, Valley. Thank you, Senator Bates, for this great recognition.
Thank you, Senator Bates.
And I just wanted to add a couple of things. I mean, you saw that long list of stuff that she's been able to do. And look at her. She's still very, very young. And I've often said, when I grow up, I'm going to be just like Valley. But the one thing that we don't have that hasn't been talked about is the fact that she worked for the city of Oceanside for the Parks and Rec department for 9 years. 9 years at Joe Valderrama Park and John Landis Park. So I met her when she was just about leaving the service for the city and was deciding to put together her first business. And I mean, she had two spots for Jitters, right? And the other thing I wanted to add is that she has been wonderful to, with partnering with the city of Oceanside. We had created this Oceanside Green Kitchen, and the fact that she was able to step up and take kind of ownership of it and with this vision. During the pandemic, she made up to 5,000 meals. Her organization, up to 5,000 meals in one day. And that is just so amazing. So Valley, I'd like for you to say a few words. It's so phenomenal what you've been able to accomplish thus far, and you still have a long way to go.
I'm truly honored for the recognition, and I just wanted to say thank you, Senator Bates and City Council and Mayor Sanchez. I'm really grateful, but I don't do it alone, and I just wanted to acknowledge that my board and my team and my family, my friends, I don't know why they put up with me, but they do, and they are the building force to be able to give back to our community and to do so much, especially the city of Oceanside. And I'm just really grateful to be born and raised here and to be able to have so many people support my dreams to be of service. And I just wanted to say thank you. And I look forward to doing way more.
Well, we're ready for you, I think.
Are you sure?
Thank you both. Thank you so much for joining us
Thank
this
you.
evening.
Thank you.
Okay, our next presentation is something pretty phenomenal as well, and that is, it's based on some heroic efforts by our own lifeguards here in Oceanside. It's a presentation recognition of lifeguard sergeants Tyler Berry and Greg Treby of the Oceanside Fire Department for heroic efforts and commitment to public safety, with Ted Chaffone, Harbor Division Manager. We also have Captain Bill Curtis. So if you all would come down to the podium and let us honor you. Yeah, at the podium? Yeah. Podiums, yes.
Good evening, Mayor. Before I say a few words, I would like to ask our sergeants here if they could just give us a little background on what happened that night, what you saw, and how you handled it.
Good evening. Guess just to do a quick rundown, we were dispatched to a boat fire in the harbor on T-Dock, approximately 4 in the afternoon. We responded as we were coming over the Pacific Street Bridge. We saw smoke showing. We arrived on scene to T-Dock, at which point I ran out to the end of the T-Dock, which is where the fire ended up being, the very last boat. I gave a conditions update to the incoming fire crews. Also on scene was OPD Officer Rick Gonzalez, who was assisting evacuating. Shortly thereafter, when I arrived on scene, I noticed that there was a fully involved boat, approximately 50-foot vessel at the end of T-Dock, with heavy smoke fire showing. Shortly thereafter, due to the winds that were blowing pretty much straight out of the north, it caught the second vessel on fire, which is when Fire Captain Keith Albright arrived on scene shortly after that second vessel had caught, at which point we decided to limit exposures. The wind was blowing that heat and smoke and fire just straight down the line into the other vessels, and we knew that if we didn't get that third one out of there quickly, that it was just going to continue the domino effect going down the dock. So with their assistance and Sergeant Barry's, we removed the dock lines and were able to swim the approximately 40-foot sailing vessel across the harbor to the end of S Dock, where we landed it, resecured it with their dock lines and fenders to prevent any additional damage, at which point we responded back over to the T Dock, where they were actively continuing fire suppression, provided water safety for law enforcement officers and firefighters that were involved. Would be the quick rundown.
Thank you. So I want to sincerely thank you for the work you do, not just for the city, but for the harbor. But on that Monday night, March 15th, around 4:15, the two of you did something you didn't have to do. You chose to do it. And by doing that, I know you saved potential injury to some of our slip renters. You saved significant property damage to the harbor as well as those slip renters. I just want to tell you that, in my opinion, that's the definition of a hero. And so really appreciate it. You do wonderful work, and hopefully we won't see you too often in that action, but I know that's why you accept the job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I know you put your lives at risk every day, our police and firefighters, and so we don't always get to hear about the heroic or see the heroic efforts as these, and this is really unprecedented, unparalleled. So we thank you so much for what you do every day, and especially on that day, and what you were able to do for our city and for the boat owners. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much.
proclamation, and this is for Fair Housing Month. So can we please have our team here? We have Inez Williams. She's going to be here. Oh, there she. Hi, Inez. How are you? We also have in the chambers, we have, and Inez is the chair of the Oceanside Housing Commission and has been and is doing a phenomenal job for us. We also have Angie Hannafin, the housing administrator, and Cecilia Barandiaran, the management analyst, and who is in charge of our housing program. So come on up, you guys. This is very, very critical, especially during these times, to do this proclamation in honor of Fair Housing Month 2021. And thank you, Inez, for being here. And this is the proclamation, and it basically says, whereas April 7th, 2021 marks the 53rd anniversary of the passage of the Federal Fair Housing Act, Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, as amended, which enunciates a national commitment to fair housing without regard to race, color, religion, gender, national origin, familial status, and disability. And whereas the Fair Housing Act was signed on April 11th, 1968, just 1 week after the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and whereas this year's theme of National Fair Housing Month is fair housing, more than just words, reflecting a national commitment to advancing equity in housing and the importance of increasing public awareness of everyone's right to fair housing. And whereas the California Fair Employment and Housing Act of 1963, as amended, offers additional protections for fair housing without regard to marital status, age, source of income, sexual orientation, medical condition, and other arbitrary status. And whereas City of Oceanside, in partnership with the Legal Aid Society of San Diego, Inc., is committed to federal and state fair housing laws by continuing to address discrimination in our community, supporting programs that will educate the public about the right to equal housing opportunities, and implementing partnership efforts with other organizations to help assure every American of his or her right to fair housing. And whereas Fair Housing Month has helped open doors of opportunity for countless families since its passage, making significant progress in achieving equal housing access for all individuals. And whereas the City of Oceanside acknowledges the efforts of the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, the California Department of Fair Employment and Housing, and countless other state agencies, local governments, and community members for promoting fair housing. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Esther Sanchez, on behalf of the City of Oceanside, do hereby proclaim April 2021 as Fair Housing Month in the City of Oceanside and encourage all Oceanside residents to become more aware of their rights and responsibilities within our community. So that's a mouthful, and that really reflects what this housing department has been doing all these years. Very, very difficult job all these years, made especially more difficult during the last couple of years, especially during the COVID. So this is going to you. You're accepting it, Inez, and I'd like for you to first speak because I know you have been so committed to the Housing Commission and these housing goals.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor Sanchez and council members, and I am honored to accept this proclamation this evening. Housing and Urban Development HUD and the Oceanside Housing Commission are renewing our commitment to level the playing field so every person has the same opportunity to live where they choose and benefit from all of the opportunities that this nation has to offer. The Biden-Harris administration endeavors to end housing discrimination, provide redress to those who have experienced housing discrimination, to eliminate racial bias and other forms of discrimination in all stages of home buying and renting, and to secure equal access to housing opportunity for all. The Oceanside Housing Commission pledges to continue to consider and make recommendations to the City Council on policies pertaining to programs for low and moderate income housing and homelessness. The Housing Commission will also continue to consider and make recommendations to the City Council on programs and policies to promote diversity of the community, including but not limited to senior citizens, youth, minority groups, LGBTQ, and disabled persons. Again, thank you so much for your time this evening, and I do humbly accept this proclamation.
Well, thank you so much. We've got our two hardest workers here from the office, and I wanted to pass the mic to, did you want to say a few words, Angie?
I'll say something real quick.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Sanchez and members of the council for your support. And we also want to especially thank Chair Williams and the members of the Housing Commission for your support on fair housing as well as many, many housing issues.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, our last proclamation for this evening is Earth Month 2021, Restoring Our Earth. And we have the representatives of the Green Oceanside team here. Can you guys come down? Come on down. And that is Adriana Hernandez, Bronte Cash, and Nikki Powell, environmental specialists for the city of Oceanside. And you all rock because you've been doing such a hard work. And I have to say, especially now when we are implementing our climate action plan and looking at CCE and also compliance with organics recycling, you all have been really out there with the community. This is our proclamation. First of all, the theme for this year is Restore Our Earth. Whereas the mission of the City of Oceanside's Green Oceanside campaign is to teach residents and local businesses the importance of conserving natural resources, protecting the environment, and becoming better stewards of the earth through community involvement and engagement. And whereas each year, Green Oceanside staff, partner organizations, and youth collaborate to facilitate public education, participation, and actions that help our community protect the environment through zero waste, watershed protection, water efficiency, climate action, and energy conservation. And whereas, as recognition of Earth Month 2021 and this year's world theme of Restore Our Earth, Green Oceanside presents the Mayor's Challenge for Sustainability 2021, whereby Oceanside residents, local businesses, and other community members can participate in worldwide efforts to save our planet by taking the pledge to perform sustainability actions that create a positive impact on our local community. And whereas in addition to taking the pledge, Oceanside residents are encouraged to use the One Planet Take Action kit that I'm sure you're going to be talking about to help them complete their environmental actions at home and in their communities, earning points for the City of Oceanside in this year's Mayor's Challenge for Sustainability competition. And whereas through the cumulative efforts of residents, local businesses, and other community members and youth, the City of Oceanside will move closer to achieving zero waste, protecting our watersheds, increasing water efficiency, and continuing our efforts in addressing climate change and energy conservation. That's a mouthful. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Esther Sanchez, on behalf of the City of Oceanside, do hereby challenge all residents to participate in Oceanside's Earth Month 2021 events and make our community and the world a better place to live. Thank you, guys. And here is the proclamation, and I'd love for you guys to say something. Oops.
Thank you so much, Mayor Sanchez and council members. It's an honor to be here representing the Green Oceanside team in celebration of Earth Month. And as Mayor Sanchez mentioned, this month we are challenging the community to take action for the planet, and we are participating in the National Mayor's Challenge for Sustainability. So there are many ways that our community can participate, such as taking the pledge online, such as taking action in your home and community and logging your points, and by completing actions with our Take Action Kit, which includes activities for families, some tools like a spade and native seeds, shower timer, and other items that will help you to take action and then complete some activities online for points. So you can visit our website, greenoceanside.org, to find out how to participate. And we also have a couple of virtual events going on that Adrina and Bronte will speak about.
Now that kit's still available?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Yes,
Because
it
it's
is.
first come, first served, right?
That is correct. First come, first served, and for Oceanside residents. They
Gloves,
definitely
you've
are.
got all kinds of things.
They are. And thank you, Honorable Mayor Sanchez and council members. As my colleague Nikki Powell mentioned, our team is so excited to be here today and to share information on the 2021 Earth Month celebration, along with the Mayor's Challenge for Sustainability and activities and actions that our residents can log to earn the city's points. We also have 2 different events taking place this month. The first event that we do have is our annual Harvest Oceanside event on Saturday, April 17th, from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the El Corazon Senior Center. We will be encouraging our residents to stop by and drop off excess produce, backyard produce, to help feed those in need, encourage zero waste, and also reduce items going to our landfill. More information can be on our website. And I'll go ahead and let our Bronte mention our next event.
So as we've mentioned, April is jam-packed with events, virtual as well as safely in person. So you can find us also at the Farmers Market, Oceanside Farmers Market. Every Thursday this month, we'll also be there on Earth Day, which is Thursday, April 22nd, from 9 to 1 p.m. So you can get your One Planet Take Action kit there if you want to. Stop by our booth. You can learn more about the Mayor's Challenge and chat with us about our other programs. And then to round out Earth Month, we also have the virtual Creek to Bay Cleanup, which is on Saturday, April 24th, and it's an all-day event. It's hosted in partnership with I Love a Clean San Diego. So this year, we're joining thousands of volunteers across San Diego County and cleaning up close to home in our neighborhoods, getting the debris and litter out of our waterways. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so next is our closed session report by our city attorney, Mr. Mullen.
Thank you. Council met to discuss 2 items on the closed session agenda. The first item was labor negotiations, or at least the status of negotiations involving the unrepresented employees. The council met and gave direction on that item, but there's no action under the Brown Act to report. Council also met on item 2A, involving a significant exposure to litigation involving a claim filed by Bilbro Construction Company Incorporated. The claim number is 2020-000134. Council did meet and give direction. There's no action to report at this time.
Thank you. Next is our consent calendar, which are items 4 through 21. Item 13 has been pulled by members of the public. Any other requests to pull by the council? Councilmember Rodriguez?
Yes, I will be voting no on item 8. No need to pull it.
Okay, so please register that. Mr. Navarro, is there a motion to approve balance? Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Weiss, seconded by Deputy Mayor Keim. Please vote. Right, item 13.
Motion approved 4-1, Jensen no, with Councilmember Rodriguez voting no on item number 8.
Thank you. So now we have item number 13, and that is approval of Amendment 3 to the Professional Services Agreement with Urban Corps of San Diego County in the amount of $80,000 for a revised contract amount of $129,995 for waterway litter and debris removal, and authorization for the city manager to execute the amendment. And we have 3 speakers, is that right?
That's correct. And our first speaker is Suzanne Hume, to be followed by John Bottorff, to be followed by Dan Volke. And Suzanne, if you can, please unmute your phone. Suzanne Hume, can you please unmute your phone? We could come back to you and we'll go to John Bottorff. Mr. Bottorff, are you there?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
perfect.
can you hear me?
Yes, we can, whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much. I'd just like to call on the Oceanside City Council to take action to ban single-use plastic in Oceanside. According to the staff report for this item, Urban Core has removed 64 tons of waste. Considering that plastic is 70% of all ocean litter, taking action to reduce plastic waste in Oceanside would greatly cut back on the amount of trash in our creeks, our waterways, and our open spaces. Please take action to save taxpayer money. By banning single-use plastic in the city, you will stop tons of litter from our public areas and landfills. There are almost 300 plastic bans already in California. Please have staff look at what Solana Beach has done to stop plastic pollution, and let's take action to keep Oceanside beautiful and save taxpayers money. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next public comment is from Diane Wolke.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. On 17 March 2021, Council members Weiss, Kyman, Rodriguez expressed opposition to a marine debris reduction resolution, citing that Vista doesn't have one, and that per Councilman Weiss, he could just go to Costco and Vista to buy styrofoam plates. The threesome expressed a desire to support the state in passing legislation, at which time they will complain that the state is overstepping municipal authority to self-regulate. California has chaptered the Ocean Protection Council's statewide microplastic strategy back in September of 2018. There's additional legislation in progress, SB 54 and AB 1080. There are 296 plastic bans in California. This will be updated on Friday, and we expect to see many more. There are 149 single-use bans, 107 polystyrene bans, and 40 straw bans. Some of these date back to as long ago as 1999. We're way behind the curve here. Due to inertia on the topic of plastics and microplastics within Oceanside, the city's now asking for $80,000 for a revised contract of almost $130,000 for waterway litter and debris removal, costs that they state are increasing annually. Funds taken from the Watershed Protection Program will bring the account down to under $6,500 for the remainder of this year. The Water Utilities Department sees this as a result of the growing number of homeless encampments with their locally procured waste that's being scattered, when in fact, the result is a failure to be proactive in the face of rapidly evolving wastewater regulations and worsening plastic and microplastic pollution, which is directly tied to climate change. How much taxpayer money and city time was expended on the recently dismissed legal battle over the city's obligations under the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System permit, contributing to depletion of the city's coffers. Much time and money lost, putting the city further behind in meeting requirements and in jeopardy of exorbitant mounting fees. More taxpayer money down the storm drain. We have to stop not acting over and over again on human and environmental issues and expect that we're going to get different results. Many of the bans that have been passed in this state, and I provided you with a multitude of ordinances that you could use as templates, were actually enacted in 7 to 15 days. This would be a fabulous opportunity for Oceanside to celebrate Earth Day in an appropriate manner. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go back to Suzanne Hume. And Ms. Hume, whenever you're ready. And you need to unmute your phone. If you can unmute your phone, we could start you. And if not, we'll just conclude the public comment on that. No?
Okay.
We can't get Mrs. Hume, but she is more than welcome to email council with her comments, and that will be entered into the record.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Weiss, back to the council.
Move approval, staff recommendation.
Okay, that was a motion by Councilmember Weiss and a second by, who said the first one? Okay, I couldn't tell. Okay, please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Okay, we're on general items, and these are items 22 and 23. I understand we have 15 requests to speak on item number 22, and 23 requests to speak on item number 23.
That is correct.
So I do propose that we cut it down to 2 minutes each person. For the public, appreciate very much your comments. We're asking you to make your comments within 2 minutes each. Our city clerk will be timing you. And when he says, please wrap it up, it's so that we could hear from the other speakers. So, Mr. Novato. And this is item number 22, and this is approval of motel and service agreements for the implementation of an emergency motel voucher program. We've got a report by Megan Crooks, who's our interim neighborhood services director. Ms. Crooks?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Megan Crooks with Neighborhood Services Department. This evening, staff is recommending that the City Council, one, authorize the city manager to approve the necessary professional service agreements with one or more motel operators for the provision of motel rooms for homeless residents needing temporary shelter. Two, authorize the city manager to approve the necessary professional service agreement with McAllister Institute, an amount not to exceed $95,000 for motel and housing supportive services. Three, appropriate $602,630 from the general fund assigned infrastructure reserve balance. And finally, authorize the city manager to execute the associated agreements upon receipt of all supporting documents. Some background on this item is in March 2020, the city opened a 15-room motel program, a very similar operation to what we're proposing this evening, to extend COVID relief to congregate shelter participants. In May 2020, the city received CDBG COVID relief funding, and that allowed us to extend that program. In December 2020, the 15-room motel program ended after serving 54 individuals or households through the COVID pandemic. And in February 2021, the city had an encampment pop up at South Oceanside Boulevard. And March 10th, the City Council directed staff to continue our efforts that were current, including a motel voucher program. And March 15th, 2021, the service provider outreach on South Oceanside Boulevard was held in conjunction with our homeless outreach team. We had several service providers go out and provide services to that encampment to try to move folks into other sheltering options or housing options, as well as rehab services, and provided whatever support services could be there. And there were some follow-up appointments as well, based on the feedback we had from the individuals residing in tents there. For the motel program that we're proposing this evening, the program objective is to assist homeless and alleviate the community impacts that have been associated with that encampment around South Oceanside Boulevard. However, the program is open to all of our homeless within the city of Oceanside and all of those encampments that we may see throughout the city. This is a temporary emergency lodging solution, and it is housing focused. So there are care services as part of the lodging. It is a program, and participants will participate in the program, or they would need to be exited. So the idea is to find permanent solutions for the individuals. The program implementation has three approaches here. The homeless outreach team will make referrals. They are our street outreach for the city of Oceanside, and they work hand in hand with our housing authority. So they do the work out on the streets and pass warm handoffs to our service providers that then also work with the Housing Authority. McAllister Institute will be our service provider for this program, and they will provide case management and referrals, as well as managing the motel operation. So they will be on site during the day hours, they will all be on call at night, and they will be the ones to do the intake, enforce the rules, they will do any exiting as necessary, and they will also be the ones coordinating different service providers that will assist in the efforts of finding permanent solutions. The Housing Authority, with our social workers, will work with McAllister Institute and HOT to create opportunities for these individuals to apply for our housing vouchers and move into permanent rental solutions within the city of Oceanside. Other housing options for individuals in this program are reunification with family members. There may be other referrals to a more long-term shelter if those options are available, and other types of housing that may be available through mental health systems or another provider that is more appropriate. It's very individualized for the participant. The homeless support that will be provided through this program, primarily through McAllister, there will be intake screening. They'll provide an overview of the program to the participant when they arrive. They'll make this a very welcoming approach at the motel and introduce them to their room and an area where they can feel safe and secure through the duration of their stay there. Daily check-ins will be made both by phone as well as an in-person daily check-in, which is required with McAllister. They will ensure room cleanliness, which also includes the assurance that there will not be hoarding or accumulation of property within the rooms. And they will observe health and hygiene and address that as needed. There will be housing and resource navigation assistance provided along with the social workers, as well as any other service providers that can come in, which also includes the County of San Diego, that they will sit down with them, provide them guidance, advice, assistance with completing an application, and then also seeking out any other services they may need. They may need a Social Security card. They may qualify for VA benefits or disability benefits or Social Security, and that type of assistance will be provided. They will also monitor participant behavior, and they will work with participants a great deal, particularly in the beginning. However, if the participants cannot work within the rules of the program and they may, whether they're a safety concern to themselves or others, they may be exiting the program, and that will also be part of McAllister's role. There will be meal support, so we will be coordinating hot meals through restaurants, and we will also have supplemental foods available that are non-perishable for the individuals to be able to snack on throughout the day or overnight. We have security lined up. Security will take place from 8 p.m. in the evening through 12 p.m. the following day. So that's 2 shifts of security guards. And there will be enhanced cleaning services as well. So one for COVID, and as well as we change rooms over to a new participant, there will be an additional cleaning service made available under this budget appropriation. The fiscal impact, the total amount for 6 months is $632,630. That will pay for the motel up to $243,000. We will pay for rooms in 10-room blocks. So that means we will, with the first room, we'll be paying for 10 rooms, whether occupied or not. The 11th room triggers the next 10 block of rooms. That's what we negotiated with the motel. They wanted us to pay for all 30 rooms, whether occupied or not, and we brought them down to a block situation. But they are reserving those rooms so that we can have them all together. McAllister Institute will be up to $95,000. I did receive the final budget this afternoon, and it's at approximately $87,000, but we have 95 put in here as a placeholder. The security for 2 guards for the full length of 6 months is approximately $93,184. Food service, we've estimated at $87,360. The enhanced cleaning contract has a potential of $46,000. It depends on how much we need to utilize it. And then we've included hot staff and housing staff time at $63,086. That's currently already budgeted in the city's budget. However, if we seek reimbursements, we want this as part of the budget in here and all time charged to the program. Materials and supplies is $5,000. That could be any incidentals we may need. We usually buy covers for the mattresses, PPE supplies and things like that. And again, with the staff time, we're charging it to this program, but that's a savings in other city accounts. The funding sources for this, we are moving $30,000 of the city's Homeless Emergency Assistance Program grant over to this motel. And that is a grant we need to spend out by the end of May, and so we're moving some funding over from that. We also have the main allocation coming from the general fund, and then we also have possible use of CDBG CV, where we may not be utilizing it in categories that we previously came to you. We can come and reappropriate that towards this. Possible reimbursements that we have, the American Rescue Act. We don't have the final details. I think they're just starting to come in as to how this program could be related to that. So if we have an eligible cost here, then we will charge it to the American Rescue Act, which will relieve the general fund. And we can also apply for the FEMA reimbursements. However, we won't know for quite some time whether they'll be accepted and reimbursed, and it could take some time. So it's still a general fund obligation until such time that we find out about reimbursement. So that's the program. Again, staff is recommending that you authorize the city manager to approve all the necessary contracts for the motel as well as the service provider. We're asking for an appropriation of $630,000 from the general fund assigned infrastructure reserve balance, and authorize the city manager to execute all agreements with all the supporting documents. And I will be available for any questions or clarifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crooks. We do have 15 members of the public wishing to speak on this item. Mr. Navarro, would you like to go ahead and start?
Sure. We have 15 speakers on this item, and you will be allowed to speak for 2 minutes. Once your 2 minutes are up, we will let you know to wrap up your comments, and then we will move on to the next speaker. Our first public comment is from Scott Ashton, to be followed by Leslie Gall, to be followed by Deborah Allen, to be followed by Joshua Shelton.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Scott Ashton, CEO of the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce. And I just really briefly wanted to thank staff and the council for the work that you're doing on this important issue. I know you've received a tremendous amount of input from our business community in recent days and weeks in support of the ordinances that are being discussed tonight. So just thank you for hearing us and for prioritizing this important issue. And I also do want to point out that I believe the actions that you're considering tonight are a demonstration of true compassion, because in many cases, intervention is needed in order for individuals to get onto a path toward wellness. And you're also demonstrating compassion towards the residents and the business owners that are trying to live and thrive in our community. So again, thank you for the work that you're doing, and we're here to support you in any way that we can. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't seem to find Leslie Gall in the room, so we'll move on to Deborah Allen, to be followed by Joshua Shelton.
Honorable Mayor and City Council members, I'm Debbie Allen. General Manager of Eternal Hills Memorial Park Mortuary and Crematory at 1999 El Camino Real. Most of you may be aware that Eternal Hills has mitigated the property around the cemetery, and it is now an official habitat for birds and plants. The open space property has drawn the homeless to seek shelter in just about every nook and cranny that is available to them. They've developed sophisticated security systems with 2x4s and wind chimes, which have been taken from trees in the memorial park that families have placed above their loved ones' graves. Since we own the open space property and have to maintain it, it is our responsibility to give the homeless 24-hour notice that they need to vacate the property and take their personal belongings with them. There have been many times that we return and they are still in the vicinity and become very aggressive towards the associates. In this case, I've instructed my associates to back off, call code enforcement, and set up another time to get out the site to clean whatever's left behind. Some of the items left behind are as follows: tents, mats, bicycles, clothing, shelving, sofas, mattresses, trash piles, needles, feces, you name it, and we have probably had to remove it. Taking time to remove their items, placing them in proper dumpsters, and have hauled away have been very time-consuming and expensive. The aggressiveness towards our associates and grieving families has increased over the past 2 years. Homeless men and women would come into the parking lot to use the water hoses to bathe, wash their hair, and brush their teeth, while funeral services were being conducted. Associates found drug paraphernalia as they entered the building, so we felt we needed to secure the parking lot and place fencing around the parking
Please wrap
lot
up your comments, Mrs. Allen.
and a portion of the cemetery to detour entry. For the most part, this community does help its homeless, maybe at times to a fault. We don't have the answers to what's the best way to repair this issue. What I do know is that shelter and accountability on the part of the person in the community would hopefully lessen the strain on businesses such as ours. Eternal Hills will continue to serve and support the community when families reach out to us, and we will support helping the homeless get out of the streets and into living conditions that are more human than open space land. Thank you so much for your time and for considering this important way to help this community and businesses.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Allen. We're going to move back to Leslie Gall. And just as a reminder to the speakers in the Zoom call to log in under the name you registered to speak for, it makes it easier for us to find you. So we'll move on now to Leslie Gall. Mrs. Gall, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor Sanchez, Deputy Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Leslie Gall, and I'm the CEO of Visit Oceanside. And similar to what Scott had mentioned, we know that you've received a lot of correspondence from our industry. And on behalf of them, I'd like to speak to you just for a couple of minutes and let you know that we do support this ordinance. I also want to thank you and city staff for working together to find humane, long-term solutions for our homeless, while continuing to support the needs of our residents, our business community, who are also trying to live and thrive. As you look to implement these programs, please do remember to be compassionate towards our residents and business owners who are regularly exposed to unwanted behavior that often comes with chronic homelessness. Many of our homeless have reached the point where they're not able to improve their situation without support or intervention. We believe that true compassion involves getting them the help they need rather than allowing them to camp in our public spaces. If we create a community where our locals want to live and thrive, that will also create a desirable destination for our visitors.
Mrs. Gall, your sound turned off.
Ms. Gall, you are muted.
The time on this very complex issue.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Joshua Shelton, to be followed by Katie Taylor, to be followed by Michelle Harrington.
We should probably call it,
Mr.
cut it at
Shelton?
that point. to do the 6 o'clock after that, last person.
Last person
Yes,
after
hello.
Michelle Harrington?
Right, and then we can come back to this.
Okay, all right. All right, Mr. Shelton, whenever you're ready.
Yes, hello. My name is Joshua Shelton. I represent the Fraser Farms Market Center that is on the north side of Oceanside Boulevard from the current encampment that's taking place along the frontage road and train tracks. We are here to really just express support for both items 22 and 23. To us, we see that the two ordinances really do go hand in hand. And we understand that it's a complex issue that we have here, but we have really seen an influx in calls, reports, police calls to different threatening situations in our shopping center. We've had to update security to really about 10 plus hours a week. We're not full-time security, but we've had to add a lot. We have people that are migrating across Oceanside Boulevard. There's been some police response over at the encampment, and it's kind of created a migration over into our side of the center where drug use is taking place, needles, trash, constant cleanup required, and really just the general safety of our consumers that come into our center, and also just the general safety matters that are at play here. We're in support of both ordinances. And we also want a compassionate way to assist the people here that need the help. And I think with item 23 comes item 22. Yes, comes item 22 that would allow a compassionate alternative for people and a space to do that. We've had two recent reports lately of homeless deaths on encampments from automobiles, one in San Diego on March 15th that killed 3 and
Mr. Shelton,
injured 9 people. Yes.
That's time. I'm sorry, that's time. Thank you. Our next public comment is from Katie Taylor, to be followed by Michelle Harrington, and then we will move on to the public hearing after Michelle Harrington and come back to this item after the public hearing. Mrs. Taylor?
Yes, thank you. In preparation today, I reviewed in detail Powell versus Texas and Martin versus Boise thoroughly. And here's the bottom line. Today, homeless are controlling Oceanside. Oceanside is not controlling the homeless. Well, I find the 11th Circuit opinion flawed on many levels. The Circuit opinion did not dictate what constitutes acceptable shelter. Part of the problem is there's a homeless population that actually prefers street living versus a shelter or hotel voucher. While you and I might not be able to imagine wanting to live in these unsanitary and dangerous conditions, they revolt against being made to accept other options. As long as they can stay with other homeless, they feel accepted, feel free to do what they want, petty crimes, drugs, their stealing is ignored. Why would they give up all that to submit to rules, restrictions, and accountability? For a large percentage of homeless, this is not an option. We are kidding ourselves if we think a voucher program is going to be popular with homeless. Oceanside has spent thousands of dollars to provide opportunities for homeless people to get them off the streets with limited success. It's time for a different approach. However, nothing will change until homeless is being uncomfortable, not easy. The homeless are savvy. They know how they can take advantage of free stuff whenever they want it, food, shelter, and medical. The emergency voucher program is very expensive. I will support this program for 6 months only. Oceanside can lease land, set up conditional use zoning, build FEMA-style tents for men and women, with trailers supplying bathrooms and showers, on-site lockers for possessions. Once the tents are in place, a homeless person on the street must relocate to the facility or another homeless shelter or face incarceration if they refuse to stop camping on public property. Hotel vouchers should be saved for those who actually want a better option, capable of sober living, which is probably a very short list.
And that's time.
Okay.
Thank you,
That's
Mrs.
it?
Taylor. Yep, that's it. 2 minutes.
Okay, remember the people that were killed by the homeless, Oceanside and Carlsbad.
All right, thank you. And we can find Michelle Harrington in the room, so we can move on to the 6 o'clock time certain public hearing.
All right, thank you. So we
And
are,
just real quickly, for the people still
Yes.
on Zoom waiting to hear talk on items 22 and 23, there is a 6 o'clock public hearing that's advertised to be heard at 6 o'clock. So we have to reshuffle the agenda around, but we will come back to items 22 and 23 after we have the public hearings.
thank you, Mr. Navarro. So it is 6 o'clock. It is time for our time certain public hearing items, which are items 24, 25, and 26. Item 24 is adoption of a resolution approving the 2021 to 2022 annual public housing agency plan and supporting policy documents, authorization for the executive director or designee to submit the plans to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development with the inclusion of changes made to the PHA plan as a result of public comments, and authorization for the executive director or designee to execute all related documents. I'd like to open this public hearing and request disclosures from the council members and constituent contacts and correspondence.
No contact. Just city staff.
City staff?
City staff.
Staff.
Thank you. And any correspondence or petitions?
There
Mr.
was no
Navarro?
correspondence on this item.
Okay. Testimony will begin with a presentation will be done by Angela Hannafin, our housing administrator.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor Sanchez and members of the Community Development Commission. The item before you tonight is the 2021 to 2022 Annual Public Housing Agency Plan. This plan is required for all organizations that operate the federally funded Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program. We, in Oceanside, have a program that assists about 1,600 households that are seniors, families, and persons with disabilities, as well as veterans. We are required to have two different plans. The one before you tonight is the annual plan, which highlights operations, programs, and services. Last year, the Commission approved the 5-year plan, which provided some additional information, including the mission and goals. In addition, this year, we have added the Housing Choice Voucher Administrative Plan as a supporting document to this plan. In the past, we have brought these two items before the Commission separately. But at this past year, we worked with a consultant to do a very big revision of our administrative plan. It's grown significantly from the previous plan in order to provide additional information to guide staff in administering the program. HUD requires that a resident advisory board comprised of participants in our Section 8 program meet with staff and provide input on the plan. Staff met with the board 2 times during the month of February, and we did not have any comments from the board. The plan must be adopted by the Community Development Commission after a 45-day public comment period. At this time, we have approximately a little over 4,000 applicants on our waiting list. Unfortunately, that represents about a 7 to 8 year wait for our general purpose vouchers. During the last year, we were awarded an additional 24 Section 8 vouchers. They are called mainstream vouchers for non-elderly persons with disabilities. With those vouchers, we have a preference for persons that are either homeless, at risk of homeless, institutionalized based on their disability, or at risk of institutionalization. One of the other components that we have in our program is what's known as project-based vouchers. We currently have a notice of funding availability out right now for 100 project-based vouchers. One of the beauties of project-basing vouchers is that you can get the developer to agree to services so that one of the key things as we talk about homelessness, and that I've learned and we've all learned over the last number of years, is that services are extremely critical in order to get folks housed and keep them housed. So with project-based vouchers, that allows us to have a condition that services be provided with the project-based vouchers. And so the NOFA that we have right now does prioritize proposals that include services. We are required to establish an administrative plan that is approved by the board, the Community Development Commission. So we are also bringing forward this plan as a supporting document to the PHA plan. One of the unique things about the Section 8 program is that there are many discretionary policies, and we can have local preferences, such as we want to prioritize persons with disabilities. We already prioritize persons who live or work in Oceanside. So there are a number of areas that there is local discretion in operation of the program. There were a few significant changes that I wanted to bring to your attention in our administrative plan. We went from about a 60-page document to close to 600. We didn't really make that many changes. What's been added is some of the regulations and further clarification of policy that we already have in place. But there were some items that we did add. Some of the key ones were that we will consider circumstances when we deny and terminate assistance from the program. So this is something that HUD has highly recommended, and it gives us more leeway in making a determination of whether to deny. We can consider the person's circumstances. We assist quite a few persons with disabilities and other barriers. So this gives us the discretion to say someone has been involved in some kind of criminal activity, but they're now getting help. They are, they're getting counseling. They've done certain things to improve their situation, and it might possibly been a result of a disability that they have, that the incident happened. So those are some of the things that we do take into consideration, whether family members or persons with disabilities, victim of domestic violence, how long ago the violation occurred. And we must always consider reasonable accommodation when making a determination of putting someone on the program or terminating their assistance. Over the years, the program has moved more towards persons with disabilities. That's a great number of our population on the program. Staff is also recommending that we add 50 vouchers from our general purpose vouchers for homeless seniors. So we are allowed to adopt what's known as a local preference of our regular vouchers. So we can set aside a certain number of vouchers for specific populations. And we've recognized that there are many seniors that are homeless at this point in time. Not everyone needs a permanent Section 8 voucher, but there are certain people that we do encounter that are homeless that do need that permanent support. So we're recommending that. We've added some program integrity chapters, as well as informal review and hearings, and kind of tightened up our policy on those in those areas. It is a fairly large program in terms of funding, and the primary reason for that is that it's a very deep subsidy program. The average subsidy is around $1,270 a month per household, so the rents are very high here, and the folks that we assist on average have incomes of around $20,000, but there's many, many more that have incomes substantially less, especially persons with disabilities. So that's our program budget. Staff is recommending that the Community Development Commission adopt a resolution approving the 2021-2022 annual PHA plan and authorize the chairman to submit the plans to HUD with the inclusion of changes made to the PHA plans as a result of any public comments, and execute all related documents. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hannafin. We do not have any public comments on this item, so I'm going to go ahead and close this portion of the public hearing and go to the council, and we have Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you for that presentation. As a council member, we wear many hats in the city of Oceanside, and one of them is as a member of the CDC, as a commissioner to review and adopt these annual plans and to make sure that our city is moving in the right direction to help low-income families. It's disheartening to see and hear that we have such a long waiting list in the city of Oceanside. You know, waiting 7 or 8 years, things can change in an individual's life. And so hopefully we approach this and continue to work hard to apply for additional vouchers. From what I understand, and maybe you can elaborate, we do as a city, as a housing authority, have the ability to respond to notices of funding availability directly from HUD on additional voucher allocation. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Rodriguez. We do have the opportunity to apply for funding for new vouchers from time to time. And just a comment, the wait is about 7 to 8 years for our general purpose vouchers. We have about 500 special purpose vouchers, so sometimes those go a little quicker, such as we do have available vouchers right now for veterans, and we've received those through the VA. So that's a little quicker for some of the special vouchers.
Got it. When was the last time staff applied for a notice of funding availability on additional vouchers?
It was last year at some point.
Okay. Are staff responding to all of those funding availabilities?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And how does HUD assess a city's, as far as decision-making, how do they assess a city in deciding on giving those vouchers?
For the special purpose vouchers in general, they will look at how well we've done with the ones we have right now. Are they leased up? That in general is one of the key factors. For other, we have quite a few different special purpose vouchers. One type is Family Unification Program vouchers. And so we have to jump through a lot of hoops. We have to have an agreement with the county, Child Welfare Services, so they will determine if we have that. That would be one of the indicators on whether we would qualify for that type of voucher.
Got it. Thank you for answering some of that information so the public understands those dynamics. So the city of Oceanside is actually audited and put through a performance third-party audit known as a SEMAP, CMAP. And in analyzing the history of Oceanside for years, it's based on a scoring model up to 100%. And large cities that have more than 500 vouchers are audited under this mechanism. And in years 2014, 15, 16, and 17, we had the rating of high performer, which is 90% or above, which means we get the highest scores as a city in response to our applications on notice of funding availability when we apply for additional vouchers to help shore up this long list. Well, in 2018, 2019, through our audit, we were given an 89% rating. So we fell off from our high performer rating down to what is considered and labeled I think it's called a standard rating is the name of, a standard public housing authority rating. So we lose points. So we're not looked at as, we lose points, we lose opportunity. And so that concerns me. And because of COVID, they never gave us a rating for years 2019, 2020. So we actually ended up inheriting our standard label, so to speak, for now a second year in a row. And some of the comments I've read from that audit was the improvement was needed related to conducting inspections within deadlines. And some comments from staff state training has been provided to staff and additional quality control is being implemented. I noticed that staff has added a lot to try to maybe mitigate for some of these audit findings, and you've added a section on, quality control in section 14, which specifically goes through some of these variables you were talking about. But the major one is to conduct quality control inspections of a sample of units, I'm assuming on an annual basis, to ensure that this program's not being abused. I know it's being, the main area it's being abused is, they're renting rooms out or they're not claiming the correct income, those sort of variables. My question to you is how is staff, because I don't see listed in this manual, how many you're gonna inspect, when you're gonna inspect, there's like no sort of key performance indicators. So what is staff gonna do to meet these inspections to ensure that we're complying with our new 600-page manual? Because we got some unfortunate ratings when we only had a 65-page manual. So what is staff going to do to ensure that we are meeting the requirements so that our audit comes back as a high performer next year?
Councilmember Rodriguez, I just want to clarify that you can be a standard performer and still receive funding, which is what we were. We were at an 89% one year. And then we were not required to complete CMAP last year due to COVID. So that carried over. So we were 1% short. We were a standard performer because our supervisor reviewed the inspection records, and one of our staff was not doing the inspection in a timely manner due to some training issues. So we have provided training. Actually, that staff does not work for us anymore, but we did provide training to the staff. In terms of metrics, we have not actually done any inspections except for vacant units since last March. We're getting ready to start doing that again. Due to waivers, we haven't had to do that. I haven't refreshed my brain on everything that's in that inspection chapter that you're referring to, but what our current protocol is that the supervisor inspects at least 5% of the units to verify that the initial inspector passed them correctly.
Okay.
So that's what our metrics are.
Very good. So staff's going to take a little, with some training, they're going to take a little more initiative. How much time do I have? I have one more question. 2 minutes. Beautiful. Last question is, in reading the Code of Federal Regulations, section 985.104, public housing authorities have the right to appeal a decision. And only being 1% off, in my mind, seems like a default for our housing staff to appeal that rating. If we were maybe 10 points off, different story. So was an appeal applied for?
Councilmember Rodriguez, no, an appeal was not applied for.
Is there a reason for that?
We believe that the rating was a fair rating based on one of the things about CMAP is that we, the staff, the supervisors, have to review files to make sure calculations were done correctly. We have to I think you read through it, but there's a number of factors that we look at. So we felt that it was a fair rating, and so we did not appeal that.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Some instruction for you, Deanna, in the future, if we have a rating 1% away from being at the highest threshold, I would just assume that it's a default that our city will apply for an appeal. Thank you. I have no further comments.
Thank you. I am going to go ahead and move staff's recommendation. Is there a second? I'll second. Okay, second by Deputy Mayor Keim. No other lights here. Let's vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Item number 25. This is adoption of a resolution approving conditional use permits, and that's CUP 19-00015 and CUP 19-00016, and a waiver of locational requirements to allow a medical cannabis manufacturing and distribution facility within an existing building located at 2949 San Luis Rey Road. I'm going to go ahead and open this public hearing and request that the council members of the dais disclose their contacts.
Staff and the applicant.
Staff and the applicant.
Staff.
Staff and applicant.
Staff.
Okay, and Ms. Navarro, do we have any correspondence or petitions?
There have been no correspondence or petition on this item, but we do have public comment on this item.
Okay, and we have 6 public comment.
That is correct.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and start with testimony, beginning with Stephanie Cervantes, Planner 2.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Stephanie Cervantes with the Planning Division, and I will be presenting conditional use permits for Buddies at 2949 San Luis Rey Road. Staff and the Planning Commission recommend that the City Council adopt a resolution approving 2 conditional use permits, CUP 19-00015 and CUP 19-00016, and a waiver of locational requirements to allow a medical cannabis manufacturing distribution facility within an existing building located at 2949 San Luis Rey Road. The project site is located on San Luis Rey Road near Airport Road and Mission Avenue. The property has a general plan designation of light industrial and a zoning designation of limited industrial. The project proposes a medical cannabis and manufacturing facility, in addition of approximately 500 square feet interior and exterior tenant improvements and site improvements. Due to the proximity to a residential district and another regulated use, the project is also required to apply for a waiver of locational requirements. This is a rendering of the proposed exterior, which includes new fencing, new landscaping, a new trash enclosure, and a restriping of the parking lot. This is the proposed site plan where you can see the restriping of the new parking, the new landscaping, and the addition as well to the rear of the site. As previously mentioned, the project is required to obtain a waiver of locational requirements. The site is within 1,000 feet of a residential district. The site is separated from the residential district to the east by Mission Avenue, which has a fence and slopes. The pedestrian path from door to door to the nearest residential use is approximately 1,300 square feet. The site is also approximately 200 feet from another regulated use, an existing medical cannabis non-storefront on San Luis Rey Road. The project proposal is for a distribution and manufacturing facility within an industrial zone. The project is compatible with other industrial uses in the area and will not generate vehicle traffic in excess of traditional industrial uses. The proposed facility is not open to the public and will not generate pedestrian traffic or loitering. The facility is not allowed to have any cannabis-related signage. Staff believes that the waiver for Buddies is warranted as the residential uses would unlikely to be impacted by the proposed use. Article 36 of the Sony Ordinance is intended to reduce impacts to residential neighborhoods as well as reduce exposure to families and minors to adult-oriented businesses, which are open to the public and usually have signage. While Buddies is within close proximity to another regulated use, neither facility is open to the public or will have signage. Allowing Buddies at this location will not create an adult entertainment area. The facility was also required to conduct enhanced notification, which was done in the forms of letters that were sent out to the mailing radius in March and April of 2020. The applicant received 7 responses in support of the project. The facility is also required to obtain a state license from the California Department of Public Health for manufacturing and from the Cannabis Bureau of Cannabis Control for distribution, as well as annually renew their city local license. The project was presented to Planning Commission on March 8th of this year, and the commission voted 7-0 to recommend approval. At this time, staff and the Planning Commission recommend that the City Council adopt a resolution approving conditional use permits CUP 19-00015 and CUP 19-00016 and a waiver of location requirements to allow a medical cannabis manufacturing and distribution facility within the existing building located at 2949 San Luis Rey Road. I am available for questions, and the applicant has also prepared a presentation and is available for questions as well.
Okay, so the applicant has 20 minutes? Is it 20 minutes? Okay. Do we have the applicant ready? Huh? If needed, right. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't steal any time from the applicant. Who do we have today?
I'm Tim Vreeling from Integrate Lab. I'm not sure if Mo Saab is on. So I'm Tim Vreeling.
Just give us a second to make sure we have everyone lined up here for the applicant.
Mr. Saab, if you can unmute yourself.
Just did.
Okay. We have Mo Saab on the line as well.
So who would like to go first?
It's going to be Tim giving the presentation, and then I'll be available for any questions.
Okay. All right, thank you. You can
Thank you,
start.
Mo. Thank you. Thank you, Mo. Thank you, Omar. Appreciate you guys, and it's a privilege to represent you. Good evening, Mayor Sanchez, Deputy Mayor, council members, members of the community. We appreciate this time. I am Tim Vreeling from Integrate Lab Builders, Inc. We are a design build laboratory firm. We specialize in laboratory construction. If you just give me 1 second, indulge me 1 second, I think my team, James Cook for architecture and engineering, Kendrick Stolid, marketing and sales, Carlos Soto for project management, and Pam Gattoni for administration and accounting. They worked really hard on this. I'm proud of the work we've done. And I just want to publicly acknowledge them. I appreciate you indulging me in that. Buddies is owned and operated by Mo and Armor Saab. Both of these gentlemen have extensive experience in the cannabis industry and are committed to advancing this industry in a positive way. Omar and Mo both have a bachelor's degree in business management and are 10 plus years residents of Oceanside. It is my view, I do a lot of laboratory work. We do build a lot of facilities of this type, and I'm impressed with these gentlemen and their commitment to the cannabis industry, their commitment to the community. And it's my view that the character and expertise that they have is what is going to make Buddy's a successful and responsible enterprise in this community. There's a couple topics we'd like to discuss tonight quickly, and location and proximity to our neighbors, architectural and site improvements, the all-important security issue, environmental consciousness, production and extraction process and the safety of that process, and briefly on our shipping and receiving processes. Let's start with location and proximity to our residential neighbors. And I want to make clear that Buddy's is not a publicly accessible business. This is a commercial business-to-business only facility. What you see here, these concentric circles are 500, 1,000, and 1,300 foot radiuses. The purple side represents the industrial and the commercial side of Mission, and then the yellow represents the residential neighborhoods. In order to get to Buddy's facility from the residential neighborhoods, you need to travel up Mission Avenue to Carolan Road, across and back San Luis Rey Road. So it's nearly a half a mile of travel up, across, and back for that to get from the neighborhoods to the San Luis Rey facility. This next, these photos and video are Google Maps satellite images that kind of show a little better representation of the close. Of course, Mission Avenue is blocked by slopes, center divider, and fences. This will kind of show a little animation here of the proximity and a little closer view of what the obstacles would be in order to get across Mission to get to the Buddy's facility. It'll crank up here in a second. Didn't want it to be too fast because it's dizzying. So there's Mission Avenue. You can see the hills, you can see the center divider, you can see the slope, the boundary fences, and then there's another slope before Buddy's and a security fence. This is looking up towards Caroline Avenue. So it's literally a quarter mile up to the nearest cross street. There you see the slopes. You see the center divider, you see the guardrail. Of course, there'd be traffic as well. There wasn't at this moment. That palm tree in the center of the screen, that is currently in the front of what will be the Buddy's facility. So let's talk about architecture and site improvements. The current facility is an older building. It's actually not even inhabitable. It has mold, mildew, asbestos, lead paint issues on the inside, all which will be abated to the code. You can see the back slope is not properly retained, and it doesn't properly keep runoff and erosion from the soil there. The parking lot is in very bad shape. It needs to be totally replaced. It doesn't drain the water, so all of the watershed issues are present here because of the current condition of it. So starting again at the back, the hill will be retained. You can see retention wall there. The slope will have mitigating and appropriate plantings and maintenance of those plantings. The water will be shed away from it accordingly. There will be security fencing. Again, this is not a public access facility, so there will be no reason for there will be no access to the parking lot by the public, only scheduled persons. You can see the trash enclosure. You can see just the general beautification of the building, the parking lot completely redone, restriped, roof screen, just and it's a pretty intense upgrade of the view of the building. So security, very important topic. There's 3 layers of boundary that we've incorporated into the design of this facility. The first layer is the fence at the road. This is a locked gate. It's secured, controlled by a security guard. The second layer is there's a gate at the front of the property, and the exterior access doors are all secure and only operated by a security officer. There are a number of CCTV cameras that are monitored on a regular basis. So the security lobby you see in the middle, room 102, there's full-time, 24/7, 365 days a year. There's a security officer there monitoring all the cameras that cover the full scope of the property. Every door, the gate in the front, access to the front, and then the third layer or boundary is the interior doors, which cordon off and section so that only appropriate people can move between the different areas. Again, this is a non-public facility, so traffic coming in and out is employees and scheduled deliveries and scheduled movement away from the property. Environmental consciousness. This is a very important topic. There's a couple of key issues here. If you remember back a couple slides, there's literally 0 landscape and greenery. So we've talked about the back slope and how that slope will be appropriately retained and how that slope will be planted in an appropriate manner so that the watershed is taken care of. The watershed off the roof is appropriately maintained. The parking lot is regraded so that those issues are. And as you can see, because it's such a limited access facility, There's only a couple employees and delivery vehicles that come in and out. There isn't a large need for parking. And of course, we're to code as it relates to the square footage of the building. But the limited parking needs allows us to open up the green space and do more planting and make it more environmentally sound. There's trash enclosures are an important part. Of course, they're part of building code today, but they're very important in terms of just not seeing it, but also making sure that the wind isn't blowing debris around. Now, this trash is only used for general office trash and recycling, which we'll get to in a little bit. But the trash enclosures are important, and it helps beautify the property, and it helps maintain the environment by maintaining, paper trash and stuff isn't just blowing all over the parking lot and the roads and everywhere else. Let me think a second. Am I missing anything here? The little blue guy in the front, that's a man inspection hole, which we'll be talking about in a second. So environmentally, one of the most important aspects of this facility is what happens on the interior. There's a couple key components. Cannabis processing and cannabis in general emits terpenes. Those terpenes have a strong odor. So odor control is a very important aspect of this type of facility in anybody's neighborhood or anybody's community. So there's a number of construction steps that are taken, a number of process steps that are taken that are implemented into the design of the building and the operation of the building to mitigate odor. I got ahead of myself. We want to talk about water and solid waste management. I apologize. We'll get to odor in just a second. So an important aspect is that no wastewater goes into the city's wastewater system. Okay, so in this operation, you see the 3 sinks there. In any kind of production operation, you're going to have utensils and bits and bobs that need to be cleaned. Well, those are going to have had cannabis on them. So, and we don't want any, by direction of your planning department and common sense, we don't want any of that cannabis product in the wastewater system. So what's happening here in this facility is those materials are washed at the sinks, and that water is pumped to storage tanks that are outside the facility by the trash bins behind it so they're not visible. And then a recycling company comes in, retrieves that wastewater, and deals with it appropriately. And on the same token, we have solid waste management that needs to take place. After the biomass is used, there's some waste biomass. That biomass is packaged and contained, and it's stored inside the building. And a environmental company, a recycling company comes, picks up that material, and hauls it to another site where it's properly disposed of.
Mr. Vreeling, you have about 7 minutes, 45 seconds left. Were you planning on reserving some for rebuttal?
Sure, so I'm almost through this.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, go on. My apologies.
So this shows a wastewater port where the city has access to inspect the water to make sure that no foreign materials that aren't supposed to be in the system get there. And then odor control. So I talked about a couple of things in construction. So number one is the way you control odor is to keep the building closed. So for security reasons, this building is already closed. So the doors, the access points are all closed. The building is constructed in a tight, sealed manner. So the positive pressure of the HVAC system isn't pushing any odors outside. Number two, the walls and the ceiling are of a material, epoxy material, so that they can be cleaned, because the terpenes will stick to surfaces. Those surfaces need to be cleaned. That reduces odor production. Number three, the extraction lab is a closed loop system, so there's no odor at all emitted from there. And the HVAC system is a higher volume system. It recirculates the air, and all that air is carbon filtered before it exits the building or before it's recirculated back into the building. And then there are key production points where there's specific exhaust, and that exhaust is also carbon filtered. So all those elements together and a couple others, like keeping bags sealed and storage and those things, keep the odor under control so that it's not getting out of the building. Production process. There's two key elements here. There's the main extraction lab and the other production. The key thing I want to discuss about the production area is that, and this gets back to the cleanliness and odor too, it's metal cabinets, it's phenolic tops. These things can be cleaned. So for production purposes, there's no cross-contamination. For odor control issues, there's no buildup of any terpenes on any surfaces. And then the extraction lab is a closed loop, food grade. So I'm skipping my head.
Enclosure?
Mechanical extract system. So the system is completely closed loop. Nothing is stained. It's inside a C1D2 room, which is an explosion-proof room, and it's completely sealed and ventilated. The shipping and receiving process, again, primarily it's security-based. It's scheduled. It's all controlled by a security guard. The materials are coming in they're bagged for odor control, and they're circulated where they belong and maintained and secured facilities.
Down to 4 minutes, 15 seconds.
Thank you. That's it. So
Okay,
we're happy to take any questions, and we appreciate your time and interest. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we do have 6 members of the public who wish to speak. Let's go ahead and hear from them.
That is correct. Our first public speaker is Erica Leary, to be followed by Barbara Gordon, to be followed by Judy Strang, to be followed by Carol Green. And we're getting Mrs. Leary on the line right now. All right, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Erica Leary, and I'm the program manager for the North Coastal Prevention Coalition, whose mission is to reduce the harm of alcohol, tobacco, marijuana, and other drugs in the cities of Carlsbad, Oceanside, and Vista through community action, education, support, and collaboration. Since it's only been 2 weeks since I last shared concerns about commercial marijuana, and especially concerns about its impact on youth, I don't really expect to change your minds about these applications this evening, but I would still like to take the opportunity to restate the need to create a strategy here in Oceanside, not reliant on the state or the county or anyone else, for assessing the public health costs of an expanding marijuana industry, including youth access and use, impaired driving, exposure to secondhand smoke, just to name a few. Even this week, a new study was released that concluded marijuana smoke distributes more harmful particles in the air than cigarettes do. Kind of makes me wonder what policymakers might have thought if they could go back to 1921 when the tobacco industry was getting going. 100 years later, and tobacco still remains the leading cause of preventable death in our country. It's troublesome to me that this CUP has no information about the actual products the applicant plans to manufacture and distribute. I also see that there's a Buddy's delivery for Oceanside and North County online, yet they don't have a delivery license in Oceanside, and I actually can't find a license for the state. So it's unclear to me what their current cannabis business operations and experience are. Many states and municipalities are realizing the increased harms from smoking, vaping, and high-potency marijuana products, and they're looking to create regulations to restrict such products. Of course, the industry is fighting any and all restrictions across the country, and new lobbying groups are being formed with reps from the tobacco and alcohol industries, as well as billionaire investors. Please don't wait for the tax revenue to come in to Oceanside before establishing a process to assess and monitor its impacts and risks, and conduct enforcement operations on both licensed businesses and the black market operations. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Barbara Gordon, to be followed by Judy Strang, to be followed by Carol Green.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Barbara Gordon. It's concerning that the city continues to grant waivers of location to these marijuana businesses. To best serve the citizens of Oceanside, the City Council's primary focus should be on educating the residents about the harms of marijuana instead of permitting these businesses. The marijuana industry has consistently placed profits and addiction ahead of public health, just like the tobacco industry has done for decades. My hope is that you could recognize that. As a youth group mentor, I continue to work with our young people regarding the importance of making good choices. The use of marijuana can be very alluring for our youth. Marijuana products contain enormous amount of THC that completely rewires adolescents' developing brain, creating irreversible cognitive changes, potentially leading to years of further addiction. The city's council's decision regarding permitting marijuana businesses should really follow the scientific research, which continues to demonstrate how marijuana use harms the body and mind. Society does not need another drug to addict its citizens. Medical marijuana is a political term. It is not a scientific term. All major scientific and medical organizations agree that marijuana is both addictive and harmful to the human brain, especially used in adolescence. 1 in every 6 16-year-old and 1 in every 11 adults who try marijuana will become addicted to it. As the city continues to permit more and more marijuana businesses, it plays into the normalization of marijuana for adults and our young people. Public health and safety needs to be the priority and not promoting the marijuana industry's predatory practices. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Judy Strang, to be followed by Carol Green, to be followed by Kelly McCormick. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Strang.
You bet. Good evening, City Council. Thank you for this opportunity to share my concerns with you. I would like to make 2 observations and then a comment. My first observation was, as I looked at the 84-page staff report, I wondered about the cost to the city regarding this type of staff time output. I am hoping that you're getting some sort of adequate reimbursement for what this is as a cost to the city. I know you're probably going to tell me that this is what staff is all about, but I would say to you that this is a new business type. And so this is extra work that hadn't pre-existed before. And you need to make sure that there's funding for it. And it shouldn't come from other projects that you already have underway that the citizens have asked about. My second observation was regarding the staff's report and the applicant's information about notification and signage being adequate. I'd like to suggest to you that this big sign out front of this building only talks about manufacturing happening there, does not mention that it's the manufacturing of marijuana products, which to my mind is a little disingenuous since that's the most important aspect of a sign. And my comment is that there seems to be a lot of verbiage about path of travel. Path of travel is only an issue if you're talking about a retail establishment. When you're talking about manufacturing or cultivation, although this is manufacturing, it does matter that you've got houses right within a 200-foot radius, and that's why you have the sensitive use requirements of 1,000 feet. The odor that comes off the manufacturing facility can be great, and you did, in your wisdom, want to protect residences from it. And now you're offering a waiver, and I think this is unfortunate because I think you were well intended to care about your citizens and residences. And I hate to see a kind of backtracking on this issue. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Carol Green, to be followed by Kelly McCormick, to be followed by Kathleen Lippett. And Mrs. Green, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members. I have shared with you my horrific experience with my son's experience with marijuana and the psychosis that followed. He is not the only one. As a matter of fact, medical journals abound with articles of marijuana inducing psychosis. As I've shared what I think is a heartbreaking story with you, afterwards the comments are, well, marijuana is legal. It's a regulated industry. We're going to make it safer for the kids. Well, here's what I just cannot understand. Follow your own rules. If you put 1,000-foot separation barriers between sensitive uses, if you put 1,000-foot barriers between other marijuana facilities, if you put barriers between the facility and the housing, at least stick to your own rules. You assure the public that we have put these safety measures in place to protect you, and that we have conditional use permits, meaning that there are conditions on these permits, and that we will protect our citizens by introducing these conditions. And yet, time after time, the conditions are waived. We don't have a path of travel separation. We have a separation of a number of feet. This facility is fewer than 70 feet from the residential area. That does have an impact. In the presentation, the very important topics of odor, of security were brought up. But the way that we can really address these measures is to at least stick to the rules that you yourselves have already adopted. I can't do anything about the kids that have already been impacted, but we can stop the bleeding and stop breaking our own rules and sending the message that marijuana is safe and normal.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Kelly McCormick, to be followed by Kathleen Lippett. Whenever you're ready, Mrs. McCormick.
Hi, thank you. This is Kelly McCormick. And I also want to speak against granting a waiver for this business. When you set rules, you set them for a reason. And when the city is repeatedly granting waivers to get around the rules, then what's the point of even making the rules? So I think that you should abide by that. I think that path of travel is irrelevant. It's the distance from the business to the nearby residences. And I'd also like to point out again the nonsensical nature of promoting respiratory during a pandemic, which we've all spent the last year of our lives turned upside down because of the COVID, the respiratory problems. We are promoting businesses that manufacture vapes. And there was just a study that came out this month. It was done by the National Institutes of Health and the FDA, and they surveyed 15,000 teenagers over a 2-year period. And they found that those who vaped marijuana were twice as likely to have wheezing and whistling in their chest compared to people that only vaped tobacco. And we know that vaping tobacco is bad. So, the things they found, they reported wheezing that was disrupting their sleep, wheezing during exercise and recovery, and even when they were trying to speak. And also they developed a dry cough. Again, twice as many who had used marijuana versus tobacco. And these are teenagers that we're talking about. This is not a normal circumstance for teenagers to be wheezing and whistling like this. And so it is just absolutely, to me, unconscionable that we promote this drug that is doing that to people. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Kathleen Lippett. And Mrs. Lippett, if you could unmute yourself. You need to
Thank
unmute
you.
yourself. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I got it. So I wanted to, I'm a volunteer, an educator, and I agree with many of the other previous comments. The staff of Oceanside should not, wait a minute, should not be dedicating such an inordinate amount of time to a single issue that primarily is of interest to the marijuana industry. Instead of the many priorities, this is probably not even on the top 100 of your residents' priorities that are of importance to your residents. Robert Bonta is California's next Attorney General. He's likely one of the most pro-marijuana AGs that we've ever had in office. And he estimates that, he said that the illegal market is 2 to 3 times as large as the legal market. Unlicensed, unregulated, etc. The point is that you adopted regulations ostensibly to prevent illicit and illegal operators to put the black market out of business. That was never going to happen. The industry knew that, but among many of their other promises, they had no intention of keeping that promise. The public should be able to vote, as other people have said, on the specific items. When they vote for them, they expect those voting what they had voted on to be respected. Buddies asserts it is utilizing food-grade ethanol. It will not self-combust, and it does not create combustible gases. That's a little bit tricky to say it that way because alcohols like ethanol are volatile and flammable. That they may be less volatile than other similar chemicals is a rather vague statement. During the extraction process, when it is manipulated and put under pressure, it's a very different situation. Carbon dioxide by itself does not burn either, but it produces poisonous gases in a fire and the containers of it may explode. In any event, mitigating odor is not the same thing as eliminating odor. I'm not sure how you test how much the mitigation is appropriate. It's a relative term. When you say terpenes will be mitigated, how is that tested? Do you test the ambient air for terpene content? And what about your staff? Will they be exposed to these odors? And last, where is the machinery where is it manufactured that you use? San Diego Narcotics reported that the extraction machinery that's produced in China is not particularly safe. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mrs. Lippett, and that concludes the public comment on this item.
Thank you. So we're going back to the applicant who has 4 minutes, what was it?
4 minutes.
4 minutes left. And Mr. Vreeling, I heard a couple of questions asked. You may have heard others, but I heard something having to do with the delivery license somewhere in the county, as well as combustibility issues, if you could address those as well.
So on the delivery issues, that would be a question for Mo and Omar. I'm not familiar with that. The deliveries as they relate to this business are going to be come by business to business. So I see Mo and Omar there, so maybe they can address it.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mayor and City Council members. So in 2015 is actually when Prop 215 began. So that's when you can open a non-for-profit and you could pay taxes and pretty much do everything except for like lab testing wasn't required. So pretty much now you have to lab test, you have to get a local license. And, you know, a lot of people did not pay the taxes. They did not open the non-for-profit. And I am not in production. I haven't been in production since before 2018, actually. So I've been kind of working on this project the whole time. And yeah, so, you know, there's a difference between black market, there's a difference between everything. So, you know, all the sickness and illnesses that are actually happening right now are kind of from the black market. So when you get the, you know, vape cartridges and they fill them with other stuff and they're not licensed, they're not lab tested. And that's why you have like teenagers smoking, because this, you know, you have to have ID, medical recommendation, be 21 years old to even, get cannabis and, medicate. And there was another question you had also about combustion.
Yes, I believe there was a question or there was a discussion about combustibility.
So pretty much in a closed loop system under the state, the state licensing, ethanol is approved, for a type 6 license, which is non-volatile, because you're losing a closed loop system. You're not heating, anything in the extraction process. So when it's a closed loop and it's 100% closed, so like the ethanol is recycled, everything's brought back, to the beginning. So you're not really, the ethanol is not exposed at any time. You're pretty much getting the wax as a concentrate. That's what you fill into the vape cartridges.
Okay, you have a little less than 2 minutes left. Did you want to conclude your comments? Make some remarks?
Mostly like everything's going to help for the opiate crisis, and having medical marijuana and safe access is also going to defer the black market from continuing on and on, because they are present everywhere. So I'm hoping that everything would be open here and give everybody safe access. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Back to staff. Did you have any other comments you'd like to make?
Thank you, Mayor Sanchez, council members. I did have two things I wanted to clarify. So regarding the waiver, when the city initially adopted the ordinance, cannabis facilities were not allowed to obtain a waiver. That is a change to the ordinance that was brought up to City Council. City Council approved so that cannabis facilities could apply for a waiver. My understanding is that one of the reasons that that was done is because the requiring the waiver of these facilities limited where they can go. The city's industrial zones are near residential areas, they're near commercial areas. Industrial districts do allow some sensitive uses, such as religious facilities, childcare facilities as well. So that's one of the reasons why the waiver was, there was an ordinance change to allow cannabis facilities to get the waiver. Also, with the path of travel, when a facility is trying to apply for a waiver, there is findings per Article 36. Path of travel is not one of the findings. However, it is one of the components that staff looks at in order to determine if the facility meets the findings or not. So we do look at building to building, building to district line to district line, as well as path of travel to the sensitive uses to identify how easy is it for someone from family, minors to get to that facility, how much exposure would sensitive groups have to those facilities where the proposed location is going. Another thing I wanted to clarify is regarding the cost. So all of the conditional use permits applications are under deposit accounts. So staff does charge their time on those deposit accounts, and staff also charges any additional time related to cannabis projects within the city to cannabis-specific accounts. So we do track that. We do charge that separately. So whether that's local licenses, employee permits, renewals, things like that, it's all charged to cannabis-specific account.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and close this portion of the public hearing, the testimony portion. I do have a question for the city attorney for clarification. The council did expand to include adult use for manufacturing and distribution. What would the status be then for this applicant?
This applicant is just for medical only. The staff is bringing forward an amendment to the city code and the zoning ordinance to implement the past direction. And so you'll have the opportunity to consider that amendment in open session. Stephanie, do you have the date for that?
Staff is preparing to bring that item forward to City Council on June 2nd. We will be going to Planning Commission in May.
And at that meeting, we'll discuss how to deal with the previously approved CUPs. We'll be making a recommendation to you at that time. The initial thinking is that there could be some kind of substantial conformity process that we could implement and make the pre-approved CUPs apply for a conformity to allow adult use, if that is your direction.
Thank you. Okay, back to the council. We've got Deputy Mayor Keim.
I'll keep my comments brief. Again, I do have concerns. I think our speakers made very valid points. I think we need to tread lightly and be very careful and make sure that we do our due diligence and make sure that these applicants fulfill all the requirements going forward. I didn't find enough information for me to deviate from the unanimous Planning Commission and staff's recommendation, so I'm going to support this tonight. But again, I just really think it's imperative we do our due diligence and make sure we're not expanding access to youth use of this. It's a huge concern of mine, and it's incumbent upon us to make sure we are doing our job. Thank you.
Are you moving to adopt the resolution?
I was going to wait till
Okay, Councilmember Weiss.
Yes, I have a question for the applicant.
Yes, sir.
Are you currently making deliveries into Oceanside?
No, sir. I've been, before 2018 closed, that's when it was Prop 215. I have not been in the cannabis industry since then. I've just been working on the plans. I actually have a job right now just to kind of pay my bills and stuff.
So are you related to the Buddies that is making deliveries in North County?
No, that's actually a different company that opened up after me, and they're from out of state, and they're kind of using my name that I have a trademark on as well.
Thank you.
I have no more lights.
I'll make a motion.
Okay. There is a motion to adopt the resolution by Deputy Mayor Keim. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. All right, no other lights. I agree with let's see, one of the speakers that we need to address the equity issues with respect to the community, and I hope that that will come to us at some point. I'm hearing Deputy Mayor Keim say he has some concerns about youth use. These are the kind of things that I feel that we really need to address, certainly not as part of this hearing. I think it should be something that we bring up separately. So with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and support this, but I really feel we need to move and put something in place to discuss impacts and to address those impacts. We're talking about, bottom line, we have criminalized certain communities in Oceanside because of the drug laws, and I think we really need to look at that and ensure that we have programs in place, that we are able to act quickly if something is not being done per the conditional use permit and per the agreement. So I'm hoping that we can do that at a later time.
I look forward
Soon.
to partnering with you on that. I think
Okay,
it's very
fantastic. All right, please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Okay, item number 26. This is adoption of a resolution approving a conditional use permit, that's CUP 20-00015, and a waiver of locational requirements to allow a medical cannabis distribution facility within an existing building located at 1629 Ord Way. I'm going to go ahead and open up this public hearing and request disclosures from our council members with respect to constituent contacts and correspondence.
Staff and the applicant.
Staff.
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 Okay. Mr. Navarro, do we have any correspondence and or petitions?
All correspondence has been forwarded to the council prior to the meeting, and we have 4 speakers in the queue for this item.
Thank you very much. So we're going to go ahead and begin the testimony with Stephanie Cervantes, Planner 2.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Stephanie Cervantes with the Planning Division, and I will be presenting the conditional use permit for Left Coast located at 1629 Ordway. Staff and the Planning Commission recommend that the City Council adopt a resolution approving conditional use permit CUP 20-00015 and a waiver of locational requirements to allow medical cannabis distribution facility within an existing building located at 1629 Ordway. The project site is on Ordway near Oceanside Boulevard. The property has a general plan designation of light industrial and a zoning designation of limited industrial. The project proposes a medical cannabis distribution facility. This proposal is in addition to the previously approved medical cannabis manufacturing facility within the same building operated by the same applicant. Due to COVID, the applicant is requesting phased operations and construction of the facility. The facility was recently issued a building permit and business license for the scaled back manufacturing operations and is ready to add distribution operations if this CUP is approved. The facility is not open to the public and does have 24-hour monitoring and video surveillance. Due to the site proximity to a residential district, a religious assembly facility, and a massage establishment, the project is also requesting a waiver of locational requirements. The nearest homes do not have direct access to Ordway or Oceanside Boulevard and are about 1.5 miles via pedestrian path. The existing church and massage establishment are on Oceanside Boulevard. The proposed facility is screened from Oceanside Boulevard by another industrial building. The project proposal is for a distribution facility within an industrial zone in addition to the approved manufacturing use. The project is compatible with other industrial uses in the area and will not generate vehicle traffic in excess of traditional industrial uses. The proposed facility is not open to the public and thus will not generate pedestrian traffic or loitering. The facility is not allowed to have any cannabis-related signage. The facility was required to conduct enhanced notification, which was done in the forms of letters being sent out to the mailing radius in the fall of 2020. The applicant received 3 responses in support of the project. The facility is also required to obtain a license from the California Bureau of Cannabis Control for distribution operations, as well as annually renew the city local license. The project was presented to the Planning Commission on February 22nd of this year, and the commission voted 7-0 to recommend approval. At this time, staff and the Planning Commission recommend that the City Council adopt a resolution approving the conditional use permit CUP 20-00015 and a waiver of locational requirements to allow a medical cannabis distribution facility within the existing building located at 1619 Ordway. I am available for questions, and the applicant has also prepared a presentation and is available for questions.
Thank you. So we do have the applicant, Alexandria Cometas.
Ms. Gina Austin will be giving the presentation.
Gina Austin, okay.
Good afternoon, evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Gina Austin, and I am the representative here for Left Coast. I am going to share my screen so that I can get this PowerPoint. Ms. Cervantes did such an excellent job with her presentation that I'm going to skip through most of the slides of my presentation and focus on 2 issues that I think are more significant in terms of the operation. And so if you do have any additional questions on items that were covered, I'm happy to answer those at the end. All right, so we know where the project location is, and you all have heard this project before because it was before you for the manufacturing facility, which was approved both by the Planning Commission, recommended for approval by Planning Commission, as well as approved by this council. And so what was approved the last time when we were here before you was the yellow portion of this slide. So this is going to be the manufacturing facility. Now, what you have in your packet are the full plans for what will happen when this is a fully built out facility, which will include a larger manufacturing and just a small, a little bit of a larger footprint for distribution. In order to get things up and operational as quickly as possible, and due to restraints and things that have happened over COVID, slowing everything down for the past year, the applicant decided that the best thing to do was to do a scaled back operation that could quickly get a building permit and a business permit through the city of Oceanside. And that's what they've done. The building permit has been issued or approved, and the business permit is approved. The only thing that is keeping that business from operating today is that the state manufacturing license needs an inspection. That is occurring tomorrow morning. So as of tomorrow afternoon, fingers crossed, that manufacturing operation will be open and able to bring cannabis products on site. The application before you today is for this green portion. And the green portion is for the distribution facility. I don't know, oops, oh, how do I go back? There we go. I don't know what your background is on distribution, and so excuse me if I'm telling you things that you all know already, but I want to make sure that everybody's very clear and the record's clear what distribution means. It is a business-to-business operation. Distribution means that a manufacturer, a cultivator, or another distributor will transfer cannabis products from one licensed entity to another licensed entity. It is not allowed to go to the end consumer. That is prohibited by state law. It's prohibited by the regulations within the city of Oceanside. Another thing a distributor doesn't have to do, but would do in this instance, is the testing portion of it. Well, they don't do the testing, but they aggregate the material for the testing. So the process looks something like this. The manufacturer manufactures a product. They put it in its final packaged form and get that packaging to the distributor. Now they're in the same building, but for track and trace purposes, these have to be looked at as entirely different departments. Think of it as planning and building within the city. So the manufacturing facility, final package form, sends it over to the distribution facility. The distribution facility then does the QA and QC, making sure it's all labeled properly, and then has a storage area that says testing facility, come out over here. So testing facility comes out, walks into the site, looks at this vat of final packaged materials and does a random sampling, takes it to its testing facility. That material then stays in quarantine until such time as the testing facility says, yes, it's good to go to market. Then the distributor is the only person who can take it to a retail facility. So that's the permit that we're trying to get from the city today. The security features will be exactly the same as were previously approved. Odor control is the same as what was previously mentioned. We have the community outreach, which Ms. Cervantes discussed. And then just briefly, I want to talk about the waiver of location requirements. I understand the frustration from the speakers in the previous hearing. They're frustrated because it appears, and I don't want to put words in their mouth, but it appears that they feel that, look, the ordinance says you can't do this and everybody's getting an exception. But to the point of Ms. Cervantes earlier, the exception is codified in section 3605. It was done on purpose. It was done because without these exceptions, there's not a place in Oceanside, or very few places, where these facilities could locate. And so looking at the public safety, health, and welfare said, well, it makes sense that you could locate these facilities that are not open to the public if you can meet these findings. And those findings are clearly met as provided by Ms. Cervantes. I think it's beneficial to remind the council of the barriers that are created between this facility and the residential district, the train tracks, the fencing, the brush, the distance that it takes to get across that very busy street over to the church, the fact that you cannot see the facility from the church, and the fact that the facility is closed on Sundays when the church will be the busiest. For these reasons, we believe that the project is appropriate for this location, And we request that the council adopt staff's recommendation and approve this project in its entirety. And we are here to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Ms. Austin. So you have a little over 13 minutes left for rebuttal. We do have 4 speakers. Let's go ahead and hear from them.
We have public comment
members.
on this, and our first speaker is Peggy Walker, to be followed by Erica Leary, to be followed by Becky Rapp. And Mrs. Walker, you're on.
Good evening, council. I had actually wanted to speak to the item 25, but it also addresses this item, so I'll go ahead. In both of the resolutions for these items, it states that the CUPs are for medical cannabis businesses. And my question is, this has never been defined, but what is your definition of medical? And how do you define medical versus recreational? To enforce, you must have definitions. And to clarify the two, for the rest of us, you need definitions. This is very vague, and perhaps that is because there is no legitimate definition, because there are no standards for this thing the industry calls medical marijuana. The FDA has not approved marijuana for any clinical indication. The DEA has concluded that marijuana has no currently accepted medical use, and no legitimate medical organization in this country endorses smoked or ingested marijuana as medicine. Real medicine is determined through FDA approval. There are only 2 FDA-approved marijuana-based products, and they will not be manufactured in either one of these places or distributed from either one of these places. So how do you as a city determine that something manufactured or distributed under a city-approved medical conditional use permit is not manufactured, sold, or distributed for recreational purposes? Ms. Austin just said distribution is transferring from one entity to another. Maybe that manufacturer calls his product medical, but is it distributed to somebody who sells it as recreational? I would really like to see clarification on that term medical, because otherwise it's just an arbitrary designation. It could be fraudulent, and it leaves the definition of what is medical in the hands of manufacturers, distributors, and untrained salespersons. So if you could provide us clarification on that at some point, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Erica Leary, to be followed by Becky Rapp, to be followed by Carol Green. Mrs. Leary, whenever you're ready.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. It's still me, Erica Leary, Program Manager for the North Coastal Prevention Coalition, and a resident here in Oceanside. In fact, I saw the house that was pulled up on the applicant's map. My previous comments for the previous application are still relevant for this item as well, especially the fact that you're not considering the actual products proposed to be made and distributed. Left Coast manufactures and distributes high-potency vaping cartridges, which they feature online and on Instagram with young people vaping, skateboarding, surfing, and comments such as, just like kids in the chocolate factory, you're going to be happy when you get your hands on this. As a medical marijuana license, these products are also available to those 18 and up with an easily obtained recommendation. And while this is a separate application, I'd like to point out briefly that that comments made previously by the previous applicant, that there's no evidence that a regulated marijuana industry reduces the black market or alleviates the opioid epidemic. Even in Denver and Portland, with more pot shops than Starbucks, the black market continues to thrive. NCPC strives to prevent youth substance use, knowing that 90% of those who suffer from substance use disorder started their use before age 18. Marijuana is the only substance whose use is not declining among teens, likely in part due to the mixed messages they receive that marijuana is harmless and even helpful. Approving this CUP reinforces this belief and does nothing to prevent youth access or youth use. And finally, I'd like to do a quick plug. NCPC would like to encourage anyone with middle and high school students in the county to learn about effective prevention strategies and encourage them to enter our nationally recognized PSA contest for April 20th, the 420 Remix, and to participate in our virtual event on April 20th. You can learn more about that at our website, northcoastalpreventioncoalition.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comments from Becky Rapp, to be followed by Carol Green. Mrs. Rapp, whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Oceanside City Council. My name is Becky Rapp, and as a parent and a community member, I am deeply concerned with the city's decision to put marijuana applicants above the law. Yes, Oceanside did vote to approve Measure Z, but they did not vote to have the city manipulate it. When the city isn't firm on its own regulations, it undermines the public's faith. Although the CUP waiver is in regards to a distribution center, it wasn't too long ago that the applicant operating the marijuana manufacturing facility failed to implement a security plan, failed to comply with video surveillance requirements, and failed to keep required records of sales, invoices, and receipts. Although these problems were resolved after numerous complaints, not before, it still raises the concerns that this applicant does not uphold the law in every way. They are now back before the council asking to expand their business and house a distribution site as well as their manufacturing site. I appreciate Ms. Austin's explanation as to why marijuana businesses need waivers to locate near sensitive uses and churches, as the sites are limited in the city. Perhaps the city should have thought about this prior to the ordinance. So my question is, why would the city even consider such an applicant and waste the staff's time and taxpayer dollars? Thank you.
Thank you. Our final public comment is from Carol Green.
Good evening again. I want to remind you that the World Psychiatry Journal says that as yet there is convincing evidence that cannabis use increases psychiatric disorders, but there is concerning detrimental effects on cognitive function. It is the negative aspects that are magnified when the use starts early in adolescence. Irrespective of the use of cannabis, it is decriminalized or legalized. Evidence is that the components caused this is now sufficient for a public message and outcry. I am not telling you this because of experience with it. You know, my son used marijuana because his friends convinced him that he should go off of his prescribed medication for anxiety and stress, and he should smoke a weed. 6 months after this happened, he was experiencing major psychotic events. And if any of you have ever seen this, it would scare you to death, particularly when it's someone that you love. I would like to ask the city of Oceanside, their obligation is to the citizens and the people of Oceanside, or is it to those that stand to profit from selling marijuana to our kids? A couple of other things I just want to point out, that when these ordinances through and when people vote on things, you all stand and say, we are going to put these safeguards to make sure that your kids are not impacted. And yet time and time again, every single way through, I haven't seen one denied recently. I just want to let you know that there is no evidence, I believe Ms. Liz said this earlier, that any kind of regulation reduces the black market. And so you can say whatever you want to make yourselves feel better, but you are putting an industry that is literally killing our kids. And the least you can do, the very least you can do, is abide your own rules. Question that I have is staff time reimbursed if the permit is not issued? What is the city's stake in these marijuana businesses.
Thank you. And that concludes the public comment.
Thank you very much. So we go back to the applicant who has, is it
13 minutes?
13 minutes left. If you'd like to use this time for rebuttal, you did have a couple of questions there. Were there complaints lodged against your business? And I don't remember any others, but could you address that?
Sure. I believe it was Ms. Rapp who had the questions. And yes, this was something we discussed, and I do not blame any council member for not recalling this because it was some time ago on the first application. The applicant did receive a warning from the California Department of Public Health because it did not have procedures in place and security cameras and still had the other use on the premises. The Department of Public Health has been in active conversations with the applicant. All of those errors have been corrected. The Department of Public Health has also been working closely with staff and will come out and do an inspection tomorrow morning to make sure that everything is shipshape and all rules and regulations are being complied with before the operation can open up. And other than that, we're just here to answer questions for staff. I do not have any further rebuttal.
Thank you. Does staff have anything to add?
I can address one question. I think the first speaker asked, where is medical cannabis defined? And that is
Right,
defined
that was the thing that I was
within
thinking.
Article 7, Chapter 7, Article 13 of the Oceanside City Code, which has a series of definitions. That's the section that requires a local license. And that also incorporates by reference the definitions in the California Business and Professions Code.
Thank you. And just a follow-up question. There was a question about complaints. So no complaints have been made after the approval of the manufacturing part of it. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of any since the CUP was previously approved for manufacturing.
Mayor Sanchez, council members, the city has not received any complaints since the CUP was approved for the manufacturing. The facility is not up and operating yet. They're still waiting for the state inspection tomorrow to begin operations.
Okay, but it has been there and it's been openly there. Openly, I mean, there's no signage, but the church knows and other entities know. And you have not received any complaints at all?
No one has contacted myself or code enforcement regarding this facility since that CUP for manufacturing was approved.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and close this portion of the public hearing, the testimony part. Come back to the council. Deputy Mayor Keim.
I have a couple comments and actually a question for Ms. Austin too. I can kind of leave off or pick up where I left off in October. So my big concern in October was it looked like it was being, the advertising was attractive to minors. It was very concerning. I brought that up in my public comments. Ms. Austin, if you'll recall, you inquired what you or Left Coast could do to address that. Following up, I checked Instagram again, and no changes were made. Do you want to add anything, or have you taken any steps to dissuade minors or make it less attractive for kids?
That's a very good question, and it's very difficult to answer. I will do my best. There are no minors advertised on that Instagram. Everybody on the Instagram feed is over 21, and most of them well over 21. I don't know how old you are, but at my age, everybody looks like they're a minor. So I'm not exactly sure, the specifics of what it is. They do not target minors. And the sales of these are only to legal facilities. So when you distribute a product from a licensed facility to another licensed facility, they may only be sold to people who can come into that licensed retailer or delivered by a licensed retailer, which I can tell you the Bureau of Cannabis Control does regular inspections. We have a licensing and compliance division through the firm, and that division, we regularly help our clients when they get a request from the Bureau to provide all of the data records of everybody who bought anything in the store, how much they bought, what they bought, when they bought it. So we know that the Bureau of Cannabis Control is doing enforcement to make sure they know about the websites and the Instagram posts, and we have not received, the distribution license is active with the state of California. There has not been one complaint filed from the Bureau of Cannabis Control about targeting minors or children. So if there's something specific, we're willing to look into that, but we're not sure what you're looking for.
So I think I'm not disputing the fact that the people depicted in your advertisements are over 21. That's not the point. When you're building a market that is that attracts, I mean, I'm looking at it, I have an 8-year-old and she would be entertained looking at that Instagram page. And I also don't dispute that the places that you distribute to won't sell to minors. That's not the point. When you grow this market of young people for this drug, they have a friend that's over 21 is not difficult to get, just like alcohol. And so what concerns me, and I think it's an easy question to answer, is what has been done to change any of that marketing and make it more appropriate? Again, if you agree that it's appropriate, then we can just agree to disagree. So
I don't believe that there has been anything to change because I don't believe that there's anything wrong with the marketing.
Okay, thank you.
You still have about 6 minutes and
Again, I just
20 seconds.
I've gone over. I checked it again today. I was hoping there was a difference from October when I voted no. Again, I'm not going to support this. It just, if we are going to regulate this market properly and keep this out of kids' hands, we have to work with operators that have those same priorities. So thank you.
Thank you. I have no other lights. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendations.
Okay, there's a motion by Councilmember Rodriguez. Is there a second?
Is there a modification or is there something anybody up here is looking for? I mean, this seems pretty basic and standard to me. They're already functioning the cannabis business.
Are there any other questions at the dais to help make this decision? No. Okay, there is.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, there is a second for the motion. I'd like to actually, we've got the chief here. I'd like to ask the chief if he has any concerns about this business. Chief Armijo?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm not familiar with the Instagram posting and the advertising that's being discussed here. However, if it is marketing to a younger population, I do find that problematic. But again, to be fair, I've not seen it myself.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Keim, you wanted to speak again?
Yes, if I still have some time, I'd be happy to give Ms. Austin a chance. If she can access the Instagram. I have the pictures and she can show us, and that might give everyone a more clear picture if there's any other appetite for that in the room. I mean, it'd give her a chance to rebut my comments, and we can all see exactly what I'm describing.
Deputy Mayor Keim, if there is something specific you would like the applicant to do, if you could share that with me, we could make it a condition of the approval. I just am not.
Can I stop you right there just for a second
Sure.
here? Deputy Mayor Keim, were you asking the applicant another question?
I wanted to provide her the opportunity to rebut my points and say that it's not advertised to minors. And if she has time, I'd be happy to see that.
Are you asking for continuance of this public hearing item?
No, I'm not. No,
Okay.
I'm not.
Because a request for continuance would take precedent, we could continue this. Is that correct, Mr. Mullen? So there is a motion and a second, and Councilmember Rodriguez.
Okay, I'm gonna be short and sweet with this. We live in a very visual world. I have 7 kids, and when my kids are out of my supervision, I guarantee you they're looking at stuff that I wouldn't approve of. But it's my job and responsibility as their parent that when I do have under my supervision, I give them guidance and clarity of the direction of their life so that when they turn 18, they become an adult, they have that influence as their father or their mother on making the best decisions. And so marketing on Instagram, whether it's this company, another company, it's gonna be there. It's not gonna go away. And so I think this is, going down a rabbit hole and it's unnecessary. This is a business that's already been approved. They're expanding the operation. We just did that with the formal approval as far as the types of businesses in our city, and we need to move this forward.
Okay, thank you. I'm pausing because I do recall the comments that were made by Deputy Mayor Keim, and he definitely very clearly voiced his concerns about the marketing. So I just wonder, and this is why for me, it's not like the last one that was, I got a lot of information, practically the entire 20 minutes worth of information. And this business actually hasn't opened yet. Is that correct? The manufacturing part.
Mayor Sanchez, council members, that is correct. So they do have a City of Oceanside business license issued.
Right.
However, in order to operate, they also need their state license, which has not been issued, and they have their inspection scheduled for tomorrow.
Okay. So that's why I find it a little more difficult, because there was something that was definitely enunciated from the dais, concerns about the marketing that were obviously accessible to kids here in Oceanside. And so I'm having a difficult time wanting to reward a business who already has an application for manufacturing and then to do it for distribution. So when there is a outstanding request from the dais. Councilmember Weiss?
I just have a question for staff. So regardless of what happens tonight, they get their state inspection tomorrow, and if they pass, they get to open the manufacturing.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, there are no other lights. Please vote.
For some reason, it's not going up. Okay, motion approved, 3-1, Keim no, Mayor Sanchez abstaining.
Thank you. So now we are going to go back to item number 22. We were in the middle of hearing from the public. Does anybody need a break on the dais here? 2-minute recess. Okay, we're going to go ahead and take that 2-minute break. And service agreements for the implementation of an emergency motel voucher program. We were hearing from members of the public. We left off with Michelle Harrington.
That is correct.
Okay.
And we don't have Michelle Harrington in the room, so we'll move on to our next round of speakers. Our next round of speakers are Elaine Murray, to be followed by Pat Kirchwem, to be followed by Susan Custer, to be followed by Mark Eynon, E-Y-N-O-N. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name. And we're trying to get Elaine Murray online. Elaine Murray is not in the room, and neither is Pat. So we'll move on to Susan Custer. And we're getting Mrs. Custer
I'm
online.
here.
All right, perfect. Whenever you're ready, you can start.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the homeless situation in Oceanside. I support agenda item 22 with the understanding that it will end in 6 months, and if it is not successful, I hope it will end sooner. Agenda items 22 and 23 together give the city an opportunity to clean up the homeless situation in Oceanside, and at the same time show compassion for those that need and want help. Having large homeless encampments in our town potentially lead to an increase in dangerous and unhealthy conditions. I can also support this program knowing that the city will most likely be reimbursed by FEMA. I think that it is important that those receiving a hotel voucher must have strict regulations that are enforced. I also support this program as it gives the city time to get up an alternative site for the homeless. I hope items 22 and 23 will be a quick resolution to removing the encampment on Oceanside Boulevard and prevent any other encampments from setting up. Also, I hope the city will provide the residents of Oceanside with a thorough accounting of the success of this program. In closing, I do support both item 22 and 23 with the hope that this will be a start to solving our homeless problem and a way to help those that want help. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Mark Eynon. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your last name. It's spelled E-Y-N-O-N, to be followed by Maggie Dalrymple, to be followed by Sandra Pepe. And Mark, whenever you're ready, you could start.
Hi, I'm Mark Eynon. You came close on my name, but anyway, City Council members and Mayor, good evening. I'm just speaking from the heart. We live here on Fire Mountain, and my backyard slopes down right into the shopping center below where all the homeless are encamped. And so every time we go into our backyard to shop or whatever, we have to deal with it. And I really enjoy going to Taco Bell and the hot dog, the Wiener Schnitzel place. And so I go to lunch there all the time and just sit in the parking lot and eat my lunch. And I'm really amazed at what I see. I've seen drug deals going down. I've seen prostitution going down. I've seen people urinating and using the bathroom and behind the bushes, just sitting there eating my tacos. And my wife refuses to go shop down in that neighborhood there. She's been accosted twice. My daughter, she came to visit. She went to the Arco gas station right there in that same neighborhood. She was panhandled 3 times, and one man very aggressively panhandled and wouldn't accept a no answer from her, and where she was really in fear and for herself and her. And I've talked with my neighbors. There's a number of women here that just refuse to shop down there below. They go to Carlsbad or somewhere else to shop. It's a serious problem. And, some cities really do a great job taking care of the homeless, getting rid of them. I mean, I don't say getting rid of them. I don't mean that. I've done so much service for the homeless through the years. I headed up Community Service Day for the city of Huntington Beach for years. Anyways, so I've worked with them dramatically, and I know what the issues are serious and all that, but we need to do something about this. It's a serious issue over here. It's a very big safety issue for us, and
thank you.
We're allowing it. Our city's allowing this to happen, and we can do better.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. Just as a reminder, public comments are restricted to 2 minutes for this item, and I believe the next item as well. I don't mean to be rude or cut anybody off, but we're trying to get through the speakers and be equitable for everybody. Our next public comment is from Maggie Dalrymple. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your last name correctly. And you can start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Maggie Dalrymple, and I live in Oceanside. I want to share with you guys briefly a few incidents, multiple incidents of criminal acts committed by transients within 1 block of my home. So this is just 1 block in Oceanside in March. So there was trespassing, a break-in, mail theft, and a violent sexual assault, half a block from 101. And even more disturbing than that is that I'm not aware of any arrests the last time I checked with the detectives who were on these cases. So these criminals are hiding in plain sight and taking shelter within the homeless community in our neighborhoods. And this has got to stop. So I'm speaking here today in support of the anti-camping ordinance and the hotel motel voucher program. And I urge you to do whatever you can to pass and expedite agenda items 22 and 23. But I'd also like you guys not to let these actions be the only fix. Obviously, they're only temporary. Let these be the first steps on a long path to, doing something better for our city. More needs to be done to ensure our unsheltered neighbors' safety and recovery, but they must also be accountable for their situation and not just use our city and its resources as a safe haven with no intention for recovery. Please show respect to our residents, business owners, and visitors that we too deserve the right to be safe in our homes, businesses, and neighborhoods. In prioritizing this issue.
Please wrap up your comments.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next public comments are from Sandra Pepe, or Pep, to be followed by Rob Howard, to be followed by Catherine Hamilton, to be followed by Andrew Andrioff. And there is no Sandra in the room, so we'll move on to Rob Howard. And we're getting Mr. Howard on the line.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I am really moved by some of the comments that people have. I'll cut my comments short. I emailed each of you, and I've actually had an email exchange with some of the council. I want to thank the staff for the work that they have been doing, and the one recommendation I would make over all of this. There are a number of people who are on the ground working in this community, and if we were to bring them better together, it would come off as less a political situation and more of a community situation. What do I mean? There are people who are working in this community with unsheltered folks, and that information that they can provide would be able to help those business owners who are struggling with some of those areas to be able to understand what is actually going on in those communities. We see the end result. It's like a runny nose, could either be allergies or it could be the flu. Either way, we don't know until we get the diagnosis. Having those individuals working with these nonprofits and some just individuals are able to help you. And I really want to stress, let us bring them into the conversation while we're trying to figure out what we're doing. These are people who are not used to working with the city. This is not code enforcement. This is not the police department. This is just people, citizens on the ground doing work. So I ask you to include them. I ask them to move, to communicate with the mayor and city council. And I hope each of you is willing to meet with them so that we can actually have people working on this from a position of someone who is on the ground in those communities, in those encampments, helping with showers, helping with food, helping with resources, because everyone working individually will not solve this problem. So again, I thank you for your time and I appreciate it. I know we have a 2-minute rule. And again, thank the council, the mayor, and the staff for all your hard work, and I appreciate everything you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next public comment is from Catherine Hamilton, to be followed by Andrew Andrioff. And Ms. Hamilton, you could start. And I think you need to unmute yourself. You are still muted, Mrs. Hamilton.
Did that work?
Okay, perfect. Now we can hear you. You could start.
Hey, sorry about that. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today on the issue of homelessness in our city, specifically the tent encampments along the 1700 block of South Oceanside Boulevard. It continues to grow and is a far cry from the attempt at a small, controlled community of homeless nighttime sleepers that was allowed to begin populating this area in February of this year. We need to try something else. I've taken time to read the staff reports on agenda items 22 and 23 and discuss their contents with neighbors and friends over the last couple of weeks. I was deeply concerned that once again, our government, in this case, our city government, was going to fall into the trap of spending taxpayer money and taking on the role of a homeless codependent rather than an entity focused on solving the problem of homelessness spread on public spaces. It's a poor reflection of the hardworking and compassionate citizens of Oceanside and fosters long-term despair, health issues, safety problems, and increased crime. I encourage others in this community to read the staff recommendations and put their support behind these proposals to move forward in team partnership with McAllister Institute, the subcontractor. This proposal talks about expectations of the homeless to be met as well, and allows the opportunity for homeless to choose an offered bed instead of our public areas or be removed from the city. The city has also purchased the Ocean Shores High School building, and our council must vote to use it in concert with other facilities. My fervent request tonight of the City Council, however, is if this well-considered plan goes into effect, is that you provide the residents and
Please
taxpayers
wrap up your comments.
with a financial accounting and a progress accountability report that can easily be accessed online. Can we expect full transparency of the program, key performance indicators? That way we can hold our city to a trial period and see that funds are not wasted on a program. We want this program to be outstanding and home building.
Thank you, Ms. Hamilton. I know 2 minutes goes by real fast.
Yeah.
All right, we'll move on to our next public comment and our last one is from Drew Andrioff. And we're getting Mr. Drew on the line, and whenever you're ready, you could start.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. Drew Andrioff, District 1. First, I'd like to commend our City Manager, Deanna Lorison, as well as City staff and this Council for your continued work and efforts to address such a complicated issue. I know all of us want to try and solve this problem, and I know we want to do it quick, and I know we want to do it tonight, and we want to get these people off the streets for the benefits of our residents and for our businesses and the visitors here in Oceanside. I just don't think this is the way to do it. Before you tonight is a program that requires the council to allocate almost $700,000 from our general fund for motel vouchers and food assistance. Per the staff report, these funds are not secured, and the cost will be on Oceanside taxpayers if it is not reimbursed through the American Rescue Act or through FEMA. Statistics show that there is a very low success rate for persons in a voucher-funded temporary housing program, and the likelihood of these people returning to the streets once their vouchers expire is nearly inevitable. Without a permanent shelter program that encompasses the amount of beds to meet our point-in-time count, we're only deferring the homeless issue for 3 weeks that's allocated for these vouchers. Then it's right back to the streets, and we've spent nearly $750,000 with little to no results. The camping ordinance item 23, to my understanding, is also going to be unenforceable if the city does not provide these shelter beds, which will likely continue threats to litigation from the ACLU. If we don't have the beds, then we can't make these enforcements. I want this to be successful, and I want to alleviate the hardships faced by residents, the businesses, and the homeless. I have serious considerations. Either will be accomplished through the voucher program or through this camping ordinance. I encourage this council to table these items, number 22 and 23, reserve these funds, and direct staff to present a more permanent solution that will provide a long-term shelter program to Oceanside so we can continue to seriously address this issue. Please don't spend $700,000 for a 3-week bed and breakfast. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes the public comment on agenda item number 22.
We're done? Yes. Okay, thank you. Back to staff. Ms. Crooks? Was there any, did you want to add any comments? I believe I did hear it's actually 100, the vouchers are for up to 180 days. It's not 3 weeks. It is an interim program. It's not a standalone. It's part of a from A to Z kind of program. Can you talk about the other parts of, where this fits in?
Okay, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, with regard to the length of the program, we are establishing a budget and a program for the duration of 6 months. That's not the length of a stay at the motel. So we have up to 30 rooms. One of them will actually be used for kind of an office setup for managing this. The average stay of an individual when we successfully move them into permanent housing is about 21 days. So when they vacate, we clean the room, and we're in collaboration with HOT, and they can work to refer more people to the hotel. So it's not 180 days for an individual. If somebody needs more time, we're going to be working with other partners in the region. We have in the past, when we did the motel program through COVID, we moved about 13 individuals of the 54 into shelters in the San Diego region because they were going to take longer, and we wanted to move them along through the hotel. This is a temporary lodging versus the street to create a safe and secure environment where they can start focusing on the other aspects of their life that need to be taken control of so that they can move on and lead a sustainable life. If what they need is drug rehab, McAllister's going to work on that. And it's not necessarily going to be in the motel. They're going to work with partners in the region to provide them drug rehab. If they need alcohol rehab, they're going to work with those partners. They may work within their own institution. If they need counseling, if they need family reunification, we're going to be working with all of our county partners to provide individuals the resources they need. If they're in a state, a stable state where they can stay in the motel and do all of that, then that's what we're there for, to provide them the safe and secure place to work on those things.
Ms. Crooks, there was a comment that they had concerns that we were doing this on like a standalone with no connection to community partners. And you have already started to talk about that in fact the city is connected to with the community partners that are involved in these programs. Is that right?
We will be working with established organizations, mental health systems, the County of San Diego, Interfaith Community Services, McAllister Institute, and there's a plethora of other resources within San Diego that HOT already works with and our partners work with. Once we take folks into this program, it's not one of the programs we're going to be working with grassroots volunteers that are working out in the field on their own. That's a separate conversation that we're having with those folks. But with this program, we're going to be working with established organizations that have the systems in place to assist them and help them move on with their lives. This is one approach to resolving homeless issues. This is not the final approach to resolving homeless issues. We need other things put in place as well. But this is one step, this is one program, and we need to move forward with.
Right, and in terms of being an interim for the NOFA, for the shelter that went out, the NOFA for shelter, homeless shelter, and we also have Rescue Mission who is looking to do a homeless shelter in Oceanside, right?
Yes, there's a number of other organizations that are looking to do things, and there's a number of community activists, advocates of the homeless, grassroots that also want to do things. And our internal staff group that we're working with, we're working across departments, but we're also talking with members of the community on some of their ideas and seeing what we can work out as far as other options with the city. But this is one thing we're trying to get put in place immediately to resolve some of the current issues that is going to assist the homeless individuals and families, but also assist the businesses and the residents who are being impacted.
Thank you. Okay, back to the City Council. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you so much, Ms. Crooks, for that presentation and all the hard work that everyone with city staff and the city manager's office has put into putting this program together fast. I greatly appreciate it. And I'm excited for the future of our city from the standpoint of the last 2 years since I've been elected. It's been excuse after excuse after excuse to our residents. And no more excuses. From this day moving forward, the city of Oceanside is moving on a real program that is balanced, that balances compassion and accountability. Compassion on the side of providing a viable, safe bed, haven, and resources to get off the street, out of a tent, and in an environment on a pathway to be the best person you can be. And I am proud of our city for moving forward on this method of compassionate accountability. I appreciate all the services that are going to be provided to these individuals that voluntarily decide to participate. Again, being homeless is not illegal. And to meet the criteria of the 9th District Court of Appeals, we have the resources now on a pilot program to offer a bed. And if that individual refuses the bed, then we can enforce our local laws. But I hope and pray that they accept the services and we can accommodate taking care of them. But this is a bold step forward against a lot of methods and a lot of failed methods on a state level, all the way down to even in our own backyard. Carlsbad just approved within the last few weeks probably the complete opposite of what the city of Oceanside is approving. They are moving on a hotel voucher program that includes laundry service, meals, everything you could think of, and individuals who accept the voucher can stay there for 6 months, and there's no element of accountability. And so those rooms are gonna fill, and they're not gonna be able to provide the relief and the resources in the community. So I am so proud of our city that we're taking this bold step forward. Enough's enough. We all get the emails, we all get the phone calls. I've met with those business owners, and there is a lot of criminal activity happening in our streets. And so this will allow us to help those individuals that desperately need it, that desperately want it, and be tough on crime for those individuals that have learned how to manipulate and have networks that are creating crime and impacts in our city, to include recent stories of assault and murder in Carlsbad just recently. And so I hope and pray that this program and this pathway works. I think it has a lot of resources and accountability involved, and I'm personally going to be watching it day by day, week by week, and I'm excited to see the families and the individuals that we help get off the street on with their life, and I'm excited to bring relief, final relief, to these businesses and residents that have had enough. So I'd like to make a motion to approve staff's recommendation on this item.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Khan.
This will likely be my comments for the next item as well. I think I get asked the question a lot, and it seems like a big mystery to people and leaders across the state is why do we have this homeless crisis? And I don't think it could be more obvious. We've rushed so quickly in the last 10 years to do this criminal justice reform without the proper support services and doing it the right way. Just to put things in perspective, since AB 109 and Prop 47 and 57, we have released so many people so quickly without the mental health treatment they needed, without the job support, without the social networks. And so when these people hit the streets without those, it's really tough for them to be successful. And right now, so we already had that coming into COVID, and I'm gonna put this in perspective for San Diego County. So, out of 5,800 beds our jails have, we were hovering between, from what I understand, 30 to 40% capacity, where before COVID we were at 100%. Now we're a little over 70, so that's half of 5,800 people that are now on the street not receiving those critical services they were in custody. And this even drives a point home more. 33% of those inmates receive mental health medication on a daily basis. And whether it's counseling, different support services, so take them, put them on the street and expect them to cope and manage. And that's why you're seeing this disaster we have. And it translates into exactly what we're seeing on Oceanside Boulevard. I just want to paint a picture of some of the crimes we've seen in the last couple weeks. Possession for sale of methamphetamine, heroin, fentanyl, possession of weapons, daggers, brass knuckles, domestic violence restraining order violations, urination, defecation in public. And there's this thought that to be compassionate, we can't address that, and that's absolutely wrong. So we have to be, and one of the most challenging parts is often the fellow homeless community members are the most common victims. It's unreported. Sometimes they're afraid to talk to law enforcement. It's not safe to our residents. It's not compassionate to our residents, business owners, taxpayers, or those in the homeless community. And this is a needed first step. I'm very happy with staff. I stand behind them 100%. We are going to provide, and this is what I've said since I was elected, we have to do two things. We have to provide services for those that'll take them in a compassionate way and help them forward. But we also have to protect our citizens, our quality of life, and make sure that we have a safe city. I mean, that's my number one job, I think, up here is protecting our citizens. I can't control what happens in Sacramento. I can't control what happens in the county, but I can control what happens in our city a little bit. I can support our police officers, make sure they do a good job, make sure they enforce our laws, make sure they keep our citizens safe. I think today is a first step. I think this hotel voucher program will allow us to really provide these wraparound services in a safe environment, see who we can help, how we can help, and really move them to a better place in life. And I have spent thousands of hours working with the homeless community. And there's great people that really need help, and we can give it to them. But we also have to address that really visible minority that has chosen to live outside the boundaries of a functioning society. And it's not fair to our city and the 176,000 people that expect us to keep them safe and enjoy their life here. So again, this is the first step. We're going to see how it works, and I hope we continue going forward. But again, this is not a lack of compassion by any means. It's just you have to bring that first step and help some of these individuals to take that next step. And I think we're going to do it. I think we have excellent leadership in the city, and I'm looking forward to seeing some progress. It's not going to be easy, but I hope Oceanside's an example of a successful way to begin addressing this homeless crisis. And it's going to be needed up and down the state. So thank you very much, staff.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and second the motion. First of all, what I want to say is this is a big step for us, and I'm not just talking about the motel vouchers, because I do see this as an interim. We need to do something immediately. We do have the NOFA. We have traditionally not had a shelter in Oceanside. Traditionally and historically, what we have done is contract out those services. So we've had Interfaith and Escondido, programs in Vista, and all of a sudden, every single city is dealing with a higher population of homeless. And it is because of closing or partial closing of the jails. It is because of the change in some of the laws, especially with respect to the drug laws, the decriminalization of many of the drug laws. And it did not come with any aid to cities on how to address this population. The jails were historically at 150%. 150%. The county is actually also closing some of the juvenile facilities. So there's a lot of change going on, and we are needing to really react quickly. The city first started with the HOT team in the county, one of the first in the county to do the HOT team, to pair a police officer who was establishing that kind of trust with a social worker and tried to do these placements and services. But our police, I mean, I don't know how many teams we have now. Is it 4 teams? Sorry, 2 teams working double time. So I'll say 4. But there was definitely a need because of the Boise decision, which the U.S. Supreme Court denied review. It was, I was surprised that the Supreme Court let it stand, that each city has to be able to offer some kind of shelter within their city limits to be able to go beyond that. So this is going to help us get there, but only for the interim because we do have that NOFA. It is $8 million, $6 million for affordable housing, $2 million for a shelter in shelter programs, bridge programs, but we have to get people off the streets. It is not safe. It is, against, there are so many health issues, especially I understand that the water in the area is significantly contaminated, and it is an eyesore. I mean, that it even happened was a huge surprise to me. That I thought it was a sidewalk. They can't impede. You cannot impede pedestrian traffic. So let's hurry up and get this out. But it did not qualify as a sidewalk. I believe it may be able to once we restore it. But I do support this. This is something we need to do. We need to do immediately. And so, which speaks to the next item, which is at number 23 for emergency legislation here. But yes, this is very, very critical. And I do appreciate that staff, has a comprehensive plan. It's not just this standalone. There are other things going on, including maintaining HOT and looking at what other things we can do. So, Councilmember Jensen.
Yes, I don't want to be redundant and repeat everything that everybody's already said, but I agree with everything that was said up here tonight. And I'd like to thank staff for doing such an excellent job. And this is so thorough, and I'm so happy that this is what the result of our request was. And with that, I think we're good.
Okay. I also wanted to add that the county did approve social workers at last night's meeting. Was it last night's meeting? Yeah, so we are going to have access to that because that is something that the city of Oceanside can't do is, the county offices of mental health services and social workers. So that is a big plus. It's going to be able to support this program. All right, no other lights, please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Okay, we're now on item number 23, which is introduction of an ordinance amending Chapter 20 of the Oceanside City Code to regulate the act of camping, sleeping, sitting, lying, and storing personal property in certain public places, and adoption of an urgency ordinance amending Chapter 20 of the Oceanside City Code to regulate the act of camping, sleeping, sitting, lying, and storing personal property in certain public places. Mr. Gosman?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. Michael Gossman, Assistant City Manager. As you mentioned, I'm here this evening to bring a staff recommendation to the council to introduce an ordinance amending Chapter 20 of the Oceanside City Code relating to camping, sleeping, and storage of personal property in a public place. and secondly, to adopt an urgency ordinance to make the amendments effective immediately. Some background, as we've covered, I'll keep it brief. I think council did a pretty good job themselves of covering some of these important points, but as you mentioned, the Martin versus City of Boise decision is the primary driver behind the amendments to this ordinance. It is to make it comply with that. And on November 4th, 2020, the council adopted a resolution declaring a shelter crisis, suspending zoning ordinance requirements to allow churches to shelter up to 50 persons. As you know, there are significant numbers of persons within the city that are without the ability to obtain shelter. And for the past 2 years, no churches have been able to house any homeless individuals. On March 10th, 2021, council directed staff to take emergency action to address the city's growing homeless crisis. Encampments have appeared throughout the city, causing growing concern for health and safety of all residents, both sheltered and unsheltered. And the most recent point in time count shows 242 unsheltered individuals within the city. Staff has devoted substantial resources toward assisting members of the community experiencing homelessness, including but not limited to opening a sobering services center, funding a homeless outreach teams and social workers to facilitate care coordination between individuals and service providers, creation of a housing choice voucher program. Approximately 500 vouchers are designated for the homeless population. We have a family reunification program, and we have an emergency shelter and motel voucher program that we just discussed. The city desires to amend Chapter 20 of the code to comply with the Boise ruling. This amendment this is important, that this amendment will distinguish between the act of sleeping and camping on public property. It does not criminalize the act of sleeping in public unless that person is blocking pedestrian or vehicular traffic or sleeping in an open space designated area. It does not allow tent structures or camping paraphernalia on public property. Prior to making an arrest or issuing a citation for illegal encampment, the city must offer the individual an available shelter space or no-cost voucher to provide shelter in a participating motel. That was the program that we just discussed. The shelter may abate encampments within 48 hours of the notice. Prior to the abatement, the officer will offer the owner of the encampment an available shelter space or voucher, assuming the city has an operating shelter and/or voucher program. And the amendment includes detailed procedures concerning notices that must be posted and how occupants of illegal encampments can recover property. So on the first part, we would introduce this ordinance today, April 7th. It would be adopted on April 21st, and it would be effective May 21st. The urgency ordinance will be effective on April 7th, today, and will be effective until May 21st when the other ordinance goes into effect. The urgency ordinance requires a 4/5 vote. The urgency findings on page 2 to 5 of the proposed ordinance include documenting the increase in homeless-related fires and medical aid calls, adverse impacts to water quality in Loma Alta Creek, traffic hazards associated with 1700 block of Oceanside Boulevard, and a substantial increase in crime reports, arrests in Oceanside Boulevard corridor and 1700 block of Oceanside Boulevard. Staff recommends that we introduce the ordinance amending Chapter 20 and that we adopt an urgency ordinance to make the amendments effective immediately. I'm here available for questions. The city attorney and Chief Armijo are all available. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Oh, excuse me. We have how many?
We have 23 public comments on this item.
Let's hear from the public.
Okay.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. I'll give you a 30-second warning, and at exactly 2 minutes, we're going to be moving on to the next speaker, just so everybody has the same amount of time and we could hear from everybody tonight. So our first public comment is from Joshua Youngerman, to be followed by Leslie Gall, to be followed by Midori Simovich, to be followed by Maricela Corral. And Mr. Youngerman, you could start.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You could start.
All right, perfect. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Thank you for letting me speak on behalf of this, item number. And I think this is definitely a really good start. I think we definitely do need something a little bit more on the long term instead of short term part of things. But one thing that's really is concerning to me is that to touch on a couple other items and put these two together, is that we're trying to solve one of the big things about homelessness is that it stems from addiction, drug addiction. And I'm seeing very, very little addressing from the city on these sort of issues. And we are bringing up these two items, yet we have item number 25 and 26 to broaden the accessibility and distribution of marijuana within the city. And it's just going to be a circle. It's going to keep on happening. People are going to go into these care facilities, come out, and then get right back into addiction and get right back into it. So that's one point that I want to put on there, is that we're putting money towards access to marijuana when we should be putting more of that money towards the homelessness issue first. We should be addressing that and addressing the addiction behind that. And let alone that one of these items puts a manufacturing plant or distribution plant less than a mile away from an elementary school. And that's just one thing I really want to point on. I was going to talk about the homelessness issue for a little bit, but I really wanted to put on that because I was listening to the item, and it's really alarming how close it is to an elementary school, a K through 8, and a high school. Kids are. I'm 20
Thank
years
you,
old.
Mr.
I know
Youngerman.
my
That's time.
Okay.
Thank you. And we'll move on to our next public comment. Leslie Gall is not in the room, so we'll move on to Midori Simovich, to be followed by Maricela Corral, to be followed by Katie Taylor. And Midori, whenever you're ready, you could start. And if you can, please unmute yourself.
I think I did.
Very good. You could start.
Okay. Thank you for letting me speak today, Honorable Mayor and council members. I am here today as one citizen who is concerned about the treatment of houseless people. I had all those speakers mentioning about calling them as a blanket term as homeless people, as a criminal, and drug abuse addicts. And then I wonder if any of you be treated like that. How would you feel? Just because I'm an Asian, some people hate me. Just because I'm a Black, some people hate me. They think I am criminal because just a few of them did some kind of a criminal action. And then now, entire group of people are considered as criminals. And then benefits for the business folks and the snobbish rich people who think those human beings are eyesore. They are people, they are not trash. Please rethink your approach to the people. And even some people just faking compassion and asking compassion, but that's not true. Please be careful how you treat people. Treat the people as you want it to be treated. Please, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Simovich. We'll move on to our next public comment from Maricela Corral, to be followed by Katie Taylor, to be followed by Michelle Harrington. And you are on, Maricela, so you could start.
Okay, hi. I just want to start off saying that I'm extremely disappointed and pretty disgusted by most of what has been said tonight, not even just by city council members, but by a lot of these people like within the community. I don't think anybody has taken any time to actually speak with anybody on Oceanside Boulevard or understand their situation or what led to their circumstances. It seems like there's a lot of people here who are trying to come up with solutions that are just trying to appease themselves, that are trying to appease business owners, but they're not actually caring about the actual human lives that are actually living there. You know, it seems like you're going to displace people, you're going to traumatize people, you're just going to further hurt them. And I don't understand what any of these anti-camping measures are going to do, what this hotel voucher is going to do. You're going to create a solution for what, like 2 weeks, a couple months, and then people are going to be right back on the street. It's disgusting. I mean, I don't even know what to say because I'm sitting here completely angry that people are even thinking about this. You know what I mean? You're acting like these people aren't members of our community. You're acting as if you're somehow better than them, that you have more of a stake in Oceanside than anybody else there. A lot of these people were homeowners. A lot of these people have lived in Oceanside. There is just as much community members and neighbors as anybody else here. So I don't know why this rhetoric is going around that they're just criminals, that they're just drug addicts, that they don't deserve to be here, that you're trying to criminalize them, that you're trying to imprison them. You're just trying to push them out because you don't want to see them. I think we should hold off on making any sort of solutions until we actually talk to these people, until we actually have their best interests at heart. These are lacking compassion. This is lacking heart. This isn't going to help anybody. You're going to traumatize people. You're going to hurt people. And I don't understand why I'm going to be talking about. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Katie Taylor, to be followed by Michelle Harrington, to be followed by Pat Kirchwim. And Katie, you're on.
Thank you. I just sat here and changed my remarks. I couldn't disagree more with the last speaker. How dare her deny what's going down on Oceanside Boulevard? Sitting here, I'm worried sick about the destruction and danger the homeless are causing. And the council is busy making sure there are more drug production when everybody agrees drugs are a big part of the homeless problem. It's shocking. It's amazing. The Boise decision did not mandate free food, transportation, or other perks for a person sleeping in a public space, only a shelter. Some of the homeless shelters in Boise only offered mats to sleep on. Courts did not find this unacceptable. To everyone listening, I hope you will please remember the names of Carrie Lamont Reed, who murdered John Ross in the 500 block of North Tremont Street in August 2018, or Margie Gottwitz, murdered her Carlsbad home March 2019, 142 stab wounds. Homeless persons Melissa James and Ian Brushy, living in the Carlsbad Lagoon, arrested for this heinous crime. So the city is focusing on approving drug production. It is time we pull out all the stops and protect residents. This is how to clean up Oceanside. Now we need a council that will do it. We need a large facility, not hotel vouchers, that will remove too few from the street. The problem is too big. There's probably over 400, and this will be a drop in the bucket. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Michelle Harrington, but she is not in the room. So move on to Pat Kirchwim, Patty K. And we're getting you on right now. And you need to unmute yourself. Okay, you're on. Pat, you could go. You could start. Patty, you could start. No? Okay, well, we can move on. We could come back to you, and we'll move on to the next public comment. The next speaker is Joyce Canine, to be followed by Susan Custard, to be followed by Steve Einon. And we're getting Joyce on the line. And Joyce is not in the room, so we'll move on to Susan Custer. And you could go. Mrs. Custer, you could start.
Am I on now?
Yes, you are.
Okay. I just want to reiterate what I said before. I think if this program has any hope of working, these two measures have to be together. And it's very important that we have accountability and that this program only lasts for 6 months. And it needs to be successful. We don't want to continue a program that we don't have a success rate on. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go back to Patty K. And you could start. Is she unmuted? We'll come back to you. We're still not getting your video or audio. So move on to Steve Einon, to be followed by Mark Einon. And hopefully I pronounced the last name correctly this time.
Thank you. Thank you, City Council. My name is Steve Einon, a 20-year resident of Oceanside, living in the Fire Mountain area, and an Oceanside business owner with commercial property located at the corner of Bennett Road and Airport Road. I think Oceanside has dramatically changed in a very positive manner over the course of the last 20 years. And most recently, I think with our large beachfront hotels and associated surrounding and infrastructure improvements, along with the influx of a diverse culinary restaurant population. I think, however, our city's positive growth and reputation will quickly erode to where the joy and satisfaction level, along with the business and development climate, will be seriously impacted by the homeless population overreach. From a personal perspective, and I think it's already been mentioned, in speaking with others in the community, shopping and supporting local businesses along the Oceanside corridor has been seriously impacted by the homeless encampment there. Many consider it unsafe to shop. Others have expressed being accosted, as well as witnessing drug negotiations and other problematic issues. I want to bring in one other aspect, though. On our commercial property in the west end of the airport, next to the San Luis Rey Riverbed, we've experienced multiple break-ins and theft by the homeless. Based on what we have lost, in addition to the over $65,000 we have put in new fencing, lighting, security cameras to help control this loss, I think we're now approaching about 15% of your proposed budget for these programs.
30 seconds.
So it is an impact for the city. We're not going to correct the situation until we do something humanely and to help and correct the future homeless population and what we're experiencing right now. So we're certainly in support of these two measures. Thank you.
Thank you. And we can't seem to locate Mark Einon in the room, so move on to our next group of speakers. Our next speakers are Coyote Nopal, to be followed by Nicholas Weber, to be followed by Sandra Sanchez, to be followed by Sarah Sandoval. And Coyote, you're on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You could start.
Phenomenal. Hello, my name is Coyote. It's pretty laughable that this is Fair Housing Month and we are here with this issue today. Like, are you really so oblivious? I just wanted to start by stating a fact. This amendment is not geared to help our homeless neighbors. Anyone who says otherwise is either ignorant or a liar, and I don't choose to believe them for a second. Shelter at the price of autonomy is subjugation, plain and simple. This amendment is geared to get the problem of homelessness out of sight and out of mind. And I don't really care how nice our city looks if we treat the people who live in it, housed or unhoused, like garbage. I can't begin to address every dumb thing City Council has said thus far. To echo the point that Rob Howard has said, though, the people showing up here today to fight against this are those who work with the houseless community. Susan Custer, Scott Ashton, Joshua Shelton, Katie Taylor don't know what's going on in these communities. Your anecdotes do not sway me. We are the experts. We're the boots on the ground. We're the ones fighting to provide some sort of relief for this community, while political actors do everything in their power to take away resource after resource we try to provide. So you need to shut up and listen to us. And we're telling you that this is wrong. Providing resources like housing is an excellent idea. That's what we've been trying to do. But at every advance, the police force takes that resource away. Bathrooms, trash disposal, safe tents. If the city is doing all of this against the homeless, what makes you think that the homeless will want a city-sponsored resource? Cool. It's like once bitten, twice shy times 50. You have dug your own pit, and now criminalizing people is your bright idea to get out of it. Think about, too, I want this to sit with you more than anything. How many houseless people did you hear from in this meeting? Think about it. 0. All power to the people. I am done.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Nicholas Weber, to be followed by Sandra Sanchez, to be followed by Sarah Sandoval. And Mr. Weber, you can start whenever you want.
Hi, I am disgusted by the rhetoric by some here. Don't couch your hate in fake concern for sanitation that you'll worsen by destabilizing them. You just don't want to see it. I work with our homeless neighbors on a weekly basis, not only in providing support and mutual aid, but providing a listening ear. Listening is what the city needs to do before submitting any plans. I am a citizen with free time to help. You are a council, managers, planners. It is your job to help. It is your job to listen to these community members, these neighbors, your constituents who might not vote for you or pay your salary, but are Oceanside residents, whether you like it or not, who deserve empathy, whether you have it or not, and as citizens, rather as humans, deserve freedom. What unfortunately comes packaged with these programs, whose efficacy and desirability remains to be seen, is the criminalization of the most vulnerable in our community. This is not dignified, and this is coercion. You show your lack of understanding of consent. It's not voluntary if you're criminalized for doing it. No autonomy if they don't accept a so-called solution from on high. Freedom, choice is what we purport to be about in a democracy. And if the constituents that will suffer from this had been asked and listened to, you would hear they seek the same. Considering zoning in Oceanside, prohibiting their use of public space would force them to hide in worse locations. Last month, Christopher Rodriguez says we need to stop making the homeless comfortable. This plan would help fulfill his sickening goals. We should be ashamed if our policy is to chase problems rather than solve them. I make 2 recommendations to the planners, managers, and council. First, that refusal of vouchers or assistance otherwise is no cause for ticketing, harassment, criminalization, or repercussion in any way. And second, that vouchers be distributed in a centralized location or by city officials and outreach teams, but never by code or law enforcement. Finally, that these be made express policy and not suggestions. And I make a recommendation to Oceanside to stop voting for developers whose malicious intent is obvious.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's time. Our next public comment is from Sandra Sanchez, to be followed by Sarah Sandoval, to be followed by Rob Howard. And Sandra, you could start right now.
I'm down to. Okay. What I'm getting a common response about the vouchers here at the camp is these concerns about how the motels or these certain ones can just make all these rules that you're just supposed to be alone in your room and no one's able to even come to your room, or, you know, it's just, you're talking about a solitary confinement. This is what the voucher thing seems to have been doing. Solitary confinement has a psychological impact. And so there are laws about the liability of psychological impact. I hope you're all aware of this, that what has been going on here has been a healthy thing that is already showing progress in many ways for us that are here seeing it involved. And that being suddenly disrupted and people sentenced to solitary confinement where no one's allowed to visit their room. And they can't even go out and smoke right outside like anybody else. They got to leave the property, and they can't be seen around the property. And all this stuff is all, this is all part of the problem. I hope you understand that this manhandling of the abused ones is really what makes it worse. Just if you can just trust that what is the education that has come forth that has determined these problems and what the solutions are. We need to continue what has been going on here in this community here. People getting involved in each other's lives, having a real social existence.
And that's time.
It satisfies
Thank you.
the inner.
We'll move on to the next public comment from Sarah Sandoval, to be followed by Rob Howard, to be followed by Matt B., to be followed by Joseph Bertocchini. And we have Sarah Sandoval. You could start now.
Okay. I don't believe that we should criminalize for houseless neighbors. These vouchers separate families and don't offer any choices. They just are a form of coercion to further accost and harass our community. You don't have a credible relationship with the community. How can you be trusted to provide secure and safe housing? When the houseless community puts up trash cans and you come and you take them away, how can you be trusted with security and housing and food? I yield my time. All power to the people.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Rob Howard, to be followed by Matt B., to be followed by Joseph Bertocchini, to be followed by Jasmine V. Mr. Howard, you could start.
I want to really thank people for coming out and speaking to it. I want to thank the council, the mayor, and staff for all their hard work. And as you can hear, there are people coming from varying positions on this issue, but there is real passion around it from all of them. I am still going to stress that wherever possible, we do not have law enforcement addressing that issue. I really appreciate what the chief is trying to do in the department. I believe that Oceanside is in a better position with regard to law enforcement than almost any other group I've dealt with. But I also know the trauma that people go through. And I'm asking the mayor, council, and staff, I recognize there are organizations that do this work at a higher level and meet the requirements that the city has, but there are a number of people who are on the ground who are not connected to these organizations that we're dealing with directly on this issue. And to have meetings with them and to talk to them and to go and find out exactly what is going on will help and enhance our decision-making process. We all want things to be better. I believe the folks who are on the ground can help those situations that businesses are dealing with and neighborhoods that are dealing with. When we know there is someone with criminal activity, we address that just like whether they were homeless or not. The right thing to do is the right thing to do. And so I am asking council to really consider, because I believe that a lot of work has gone to this. Decisions probably are already made, but I believe we have to take the piece away. And I thank Councilmember Kine for his correction of an error I made on some comments to him earlier, because it came through dialogue. I'm out of time, but thank you. Consider redoing the police piece.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Matt B., to be followed by Joseph Bertocchini, to be followed by Jasmine V., to be followed by Katie Tier. And Matt, you could start.
I think that it's unfair because they're bullying the homeless out of where we are, and where are we supposed to go? And if the city's not going to help provide some type of housing to be available to us, it's just going to end up making us look even worse, because now we're going to end up having more of a criminal record we don't deserve. Number one, we don't deserve, because a lot of us are not out here by choice. I definitely am not out here by choice. This is just something that happened to me. But if they could provide some kind of housing, even if they did do hotel vouchers, to help us build into another transitional housing, it can be done. It's not hard. But what are we supposed to do now if you're going to kick us off public property? Where are we going to go? And it's only going to make it so much more easier for the police to harass us, arrest us, and give us a record we don't even deserve to have. So where are they going to, what agreement can they come to? What ideas do they have in a positive way to help the homeless? You know, there's a lot of us that are willing to take the help. If it isn't fake help, I guess. Like, we're gonna get these hotel vouchers for
30
however
seconds.
Just to what? You're only solving the problem temporarily. You're not helping in any other kind of way to help for the future at all. You're just trying to keep us out of sight.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Joseph Bertocchini, to be followed by Jasmine V., to be followed by Katie Tier. And then Leslie Gall is back in the room, so we'll take Leslie after Katie Tier. So we'll move on to Mr. Bertocchini. You could start now.
Good evening, council members. I'd like to start by saying that I was a person that was raised with a belief in caring for others, and have always supported causes with my time and money to help but not enable homeless individuals get off the streets permanently. Over the years, as other neighboring cities have enforced their city codes, we have all witnessed a mass influx of homeless individuals that have chosen Oceanside as their quote unquote place of residence because they have become familiar with the idea that our leaders won't intervene. The skyrocketing effect of homelessness in Oceanside, especially around Loma Alta Creek, that has resulted in a 24% increase in crimes in the first quarter of 2021, in my opinion, is a result of comments like those from our mayor, who was quoted in a news story about the homeless camp on Oceanside Boulevard by saying, "I think it actually looks pretty good." As a result of this influx, I've experienced the following events at or near our home, all of which have been confirmed by police or fire officials to be the result of a homeless individual or camp. 4 fires that burned out of control below my fence line while my children played in the backyard, an attempted break-in of our home, and finally, a homeless individual that felt so compelled to trespass on our property that he came through the front gate and into our courtyard and leave a bloody package on our doorstep that contained a 7-page manifesto and an outline of why we, the homeowner, should do a better job of protecting ourselves and our home because our home is under siege by drug addicts and criminals. For those of you that continue to say that the homeless population is not made up of drug users and criminals, this manifesto was written by a homeless person that spent over a year in a camp on Loma Alta Creek. So I'm not sure what other proof you need. I guess my last point is this. We all saw the devastation that was caused by the driver that ran his car through a homeless camp in downtown San Diego on the 15th of March. If we continue to allow these camps to exist on the streets and sidewalks, have we really done any favors to these people who were run over by a car because they were allowed to sleep there? I truly believe it's time for
Thank you,
our
Mr. Joseph. That's time. Our next public comment is Jasmine V, to be followed by Katie Tier, to be followed by Leslie Gall, to be followed by Sierra Gutierrez. And Jasmine, you could start.
On behalf of the homeless here, basically, I understand why we're here. This is a utility line. It does not belong to the city. It doesn't belong. It's not public property. Because if it was public property, you'd have it removed ever since we started. So you're not. So if they start handing out citations, tell them, hand me out citations from the last 60 days I've been here to now, and I'll take you guys to court and I'll sue you. Because why? It is utility lines or Caltrans responsibility for this, and that's why we're still here and not moved. So if you guys want to try it, let's do it, and I'll get all these guys together, and we'll file such a big class action lawsuit against the city of Oceanside and the police department for harassing people that you guys will never understand what hit you. So let's try it and go from there.
Those were the words from Louis, a homeless community member, but you probably didn't even know who he is or even care. He deserves to have a voice and to be represented because this issue is directed towards him and his community. Have you ever suffered the way that these folks have? Have you ever tried to hold a conversation or even try to have a conversation with a homeless community member? And yes, they are community members. And no, you probably haven't. You look at them and you immediately judge. You don't care for the individuals, and it's quite evident. You care about putting up a front that Oceanside is quote unquote pretty and clean and the best place to live, while brushing off those in need under the rug, under the carpet, making them move from safe communities because you care about your precious image, because you care more about making money. Do you know or understand the process of sobriety? Because it is not a linear process. You can't blame somebody for using substances to escape from the realities of their life brought onto them by circumstances that are out of their control.
3 seconds.
Do you really think that this quote unquote haven, a 20-day bed, as Rodriguez stated, will reverse the years of abuse and strain that these folks have had for years? And you're proud that you're not going to be able to give free laundry or cleaning services, yet you expect them to be able to clean up and start fresh from nothing? How can you be so ignorant to pass this? You may trust the HOT team, but these folks on the streets, they're seen as burdens. They're seen as harassed by this quote unquote outreach team. Oceanside, do better for all of your community, not just those who are buying your way up the ladder. Reevaluate the way.
Our next public comment is from Katie Tier, T-E-A-R-E, to be followed by Leslie Gall, to be followed by Sierra Gutierrez, to be followed by Chip Steele. And again, public comment is 2 minutes.
Great.
All right,
Thank
Katie,
you.
you could start.
Thanks. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Katie Tier, and I'm a North County resident of 25 years, as well as a Master's of Public Administration student studying homelessness and housing issues. While the city has employed some really effective programs towards reducing homelessness, I believe that this ordinance is an inadequate solution that will further exacerbate homelessness within the community. My understanding is that to avoid citation, the main options for those who are unhoused and unemployed will be a shelter space if it's available in nearby cities like Vista or the motel voucher program. My question is, are these really adequate options for homeless individuals, or are we setting them up for increased hardship? There are more than 200 unhoused individuals, and the encampment on Oceanside Boulevard has 35 tents. The motel voucher program states it will serve up to 30 rooms at a time, depending on the service provider's capacity. With limited rooms and no existing shelters within city limits, it seems inhumane to criminalize sleeping in public. Furthermore, the anti-camping ordinance states that it has no fiscal impact, yet it's contingent on the $600,000 temporary motel voucher program and the huge expense of increased policing and incarceration. With limited options, it's likely that many individuals will continue to sleep outside, but be pushed to be less visible and more dangerous public spaces. Those cited will accrue fines that they can't pay and records that reduce their chances of employment, further perpetuating the cycle of homelessness. Oceanside's future shelter may provide more options later in the year, yet this ordinance criminalizes homelessness right now. I would urge you to not approve this ordinance, which may temporarily diminish the visibility of homelessness, but would inevitably perpetuate it in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Leslie Gall, to be followed by Sierra Gutierrez, to be followed by Chip Steele. And Leslie, you're ready to go.
Okay, Honorable Mayor Sanchez, Deputy Mayor, and City Council members. Again, my name is Leslie Gall, and I'm the CEO of Visit Oceanside. And I just want to have a moment to speak on behalf of Visit Oceanside and the hospitality industry. We, for the many reasons that we've shared tonight and shared with you in letters and personal meetings, support this ordinance. It's a critical time that requires a multifaceted approach. It is time that we implement ordinances that provide a path for sustainable healing and success for our homeless, while providing a safer, cleaner, healthier community for our environment, our residents, and our businesses. I know it's a really complex issue. We really appreciate your time on this, and we just encourage you to support this ordinance on behalf of so many people in our community and industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Sierra Gutierrez, but we can't find her in the room. So we'll move on to Chip Steele, to be followed by Jacoby Bordeaux. And then we're going to try Patty Kay one more time. So Chip, you can start.
I came from Riverside County, and I came out because of some violence being, a lot of violence coming my way. Due to my drug addiction. A lot of people out here have substance abuse problems. A lot of people on the street have mental issues. Almost all of us do. And there's trauma in our lives that cause us to be where we're at right now. And the solution is to move us all, to displace us, to separate us. This is more of a solution for us right now. That we can group together, and we have other people who've been through similar traumas, and we're helping each other out. The city sees it as a burden. There's trash here. There's homeless people. There's a lot of drug sales going on, and it's going to be anywhere. You're going to displace us all, and this is going to spread. You know what I mean? They're going to push us all out, and it's going to spread. So you can go put us in hotels, and we can do that there, and they can kick us out, and you can end up like this somewhere else, or you find another solution, which I think, in my opinion, would be mental health for a lot of us. And there's only so much. They can't force us to go anywhere. They can't say, hey, you need to go mental health, and they can set up like they did and say, oh, here, these are programs we offer. A lot of these people, they need to be forced to go, and you can't do that to humans. So this is where we end up. Each solution for all of us is not going to be the same. It needs to be personalized. They need to come through, but they can't keep doing that because they don't have the funds. The city doesn't have the money to do that. So I think we need to come together. They need to bring some people from out here, and then you bring us in and actually see what we go through. I struggled with drug addiction for 15 years. And I'm 34 years old, and I've been on the street for 6 years now. And I came out to Oceanside, and I came to this specific spot because I was getting hurt. Now I'm getting hurt here in Oceanside when I leave this spot. I'm not safe under the bridge. I got hit, attacked. You know what I mean? Just beat down, senseless for no reason at all. So.
Thank you. That's time. 2 minutes goes by real fast. Our next public comment is from Jacoby Bordeaux, to be followed by Patty Kay one more time to see if we can get her on. So Jacoby, you could start.
Hi, just to put some context to the bad audio you've heard a couple of times, we went out and collected some statements from houseless folks since y'all couldn't be bothered to actually get some representation from the folks you're claiming to help. So here's probably the last one.
Honestly, I think it's just obviously bureaucracy at its best when they find some kind of legitimacy, some kind of law that prohibits us. We find a safe place, a place that we can be together, a place that we can be the community, and they find some old law, some mustered up ridiculousness that tells us we are now unlawful, you know? And in tandem with this voucher system, which is just a Band-Aid on the gushing bullet wound that you guys call a problem. It's not a problem. It's our life. It's our society. Roman society wasn't like that. Did Roman society expel their homeless? No, there was no such thing as homeless in Roman society. This is ridiculous that we have to fight for the right to be human, to be given those life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Why did I have to run for police officers wasting time with the homeless, man? Well, they should be doing what they're supposed to do. Be superheroes. Like my son used to look at police officer and know that was Superman there, you know, with such admiration. Now he's chasing me around, giving me a ticket because I'm camping someplace. This is not the solution to our problem. If we get the voucher system, all it's going to do is put us in hotels that can kick us out ASAP. And then they went back to the streets we end up. Pardon my language, but back to the streets where we started. Why would I not want to kick somebody out who's got me guaranteed 6 months paid up rent in advance? You mean I can double book that room now? That goes without saying. Why should I worry about it? It comes down to the end point. Being one of the cities that we're given, ranked 2 in all money is given to help homeless next year. What's Oceanside's solution? A couple of vouchers to the hotel. That's awesome, you know? Where they could build community centers, they could build, you know, outreach centers, places that help veterans like.
Once again, this meeting is being broadcasted on KOCT, and the public needs to refrain from using expletive language as we have a decorum order. Our final public comment is from Patty Kay. We're going to try to get her on one more time and see if the phone, the audio, or the video is working. All right, Pat? Nope, still not working. All right, well, if you still would like to make a public comment, Pat, or any of the others who weren't in the, who were registered to speak, but were not in the room or dropped out, you could still email the city clerk's office and we could make sure that your comments are still part of the public record. So with that, that concludes the public comment for this agenda item.
Okay, thank you. Back to the city council. Did you have any other comments, Mr. Gossman?
No.
In response to?
No response per se, just that this reminder that this ordinance is amending an existing ordinance to conform with
the Boise case.
The Boise case, and that's what it is.
All right. And I do want to say something at this point. There was a settlement in the Boise case on February 8th, 2021, this year. And the agreement was that the city would invest $1.3 million in preventing homelessness, with at least 1/3 would be committed to rehabilitating or creating additional overnight shelter space. It was about ensuring that there was shelter, and that they could not arrest anyone for being homeless if there was no shelter to offer. So, okay, back to the council. Councilmember Rodriguez.
I'm going to fully support this item 100%. I appreciate the city attorney's office and putting a lot of time and energy into putting this together, and city staff. And we are a society of law and order, and we have laws for a reason. And it is not against the law to be homeless. And I think everyone on this dais agrees with that. We do not want to criminalize individuals that are homeless. We want to help them. We want to provide a pathway of help. And I agree, each individual that we help is unique, and they have a story, and they have a future, and that future must begin with them getting off the street into a warm, cozy bed with 3 meals a day and showers and support. And anyone that thinks contrary to that, we can agree to disagree. Individuals that want more, or residents that want to see, the homeless be provided, more flexibility, more freedom, more opportunity without structure, and only compassion, well, Carlsbad's offering 6-month vouchers. So, help them fulfill that bridge. But in Oceanside, we are gonna follow rules, and we are gonna enforce our laws, and we're gonna be so compassionate and help all who wanna be helped and who voluntarily wanna participate in our programs. So I'd like to make a motion to approve both this ordinance and the emergency ordinance as outlined in staff's report.
Okay, so that's move adoption of staff's recommendation, and Councilmember Weiss?
I'll second that motion as I do support it, but I do have some concerns. I, along with the council, have received significant input and suggestions from various sides of the issue, as we heard this evening, which resulted in the city manager's office presenting these 2 items to us tonight. I did take a note with interest that Mr. Howard recommended that people contact the city council members with ideas and suggestions, and that's great that you do that, but all we can really do is forward them to the city manager's office, because we really don't put the plan together. We refer those to the city manager's office, who brings the plans to us that we get to vote on. But I have had the opportunity to talk to several homeless service providers, and I actually did reach out and talk to several homeless individuals. I can say that many of those people who are along Oceanside Boulevard, in the Airport Industrial Park, in the San Luis Rey River, and as was mentioned by others, they choose to live in those circumstances. We may not understand why they choose to do that, but they do. They are not going to avail themselves of motel vouchers or shelters without effort, without trust, and without help. I suggest one of the things I think we need to do if we're going to embark on the urgency ordinance is look at providing either city-owned property or private property, or work with one of the churches that can do a shelter, and the faith-based groups that are out there. And I think we should provide a secure site with adequate sanitation facilities for those who choose to live in tents. And with that, we have McAllister, we have social service workers, we have county mental health, and we have other service providers go out there, build those levels of trust in order to get those people to understand and hopefully avail themselves of the motel vouchers, versus just pushing them around and putting them somewhere else in the city. I'm just making that as a suggestion for staff to look at, but to just simply move them around, I think they need a place to be in order so we can gain a level of trust with them. But I will support and second the motion.
Deputy Mayor Kime.
So again, reiterate the point that being homeless is not a crime, nor should it be. And our goal is to assist people in moving forward and improving their quality of life. And it's crucial we get this right. However, we have, as I alluded to earlier, we have lost a lot of tools with Prop 47 and 57, where a lot of these crimes are no longer crimes, and we don't have the tools to send someone and get mandatory substance abuse treatment or do court-ordered counseling and these things that we used to that made a huge difference. So we need to have some tool to push and encourage many of these individuals to get help. Otherwise, we're not going to see any progress. So tonight, I'm going to support this as well. I don't see this as, the end goal is not to write citations. It's to give that extra nudge to push people into services. And I think that's the spirit of this, at least from my perspective. And, I hope it's successful, and we're going to keep evaluating it and make sure we get it right. Thank you.
Thank you. when I was a deputy public defender, and that was for 20 years, a significant number of my clients were homeless. And what I did as much as I could in terms of placement, in terms of trying to get to address the addiction issues. We even had drug court, and believe me, drug court probably had the highest percentage, highest success rate, but it was not a housing it was not a housing program. It was a drug treatment program. I go back to the Martin v. Boise case with a quote from Eric Tars, the legal director at the National Homeless Law Center. Today's settlement in the landmark Martin v. Boise case is a win for all residents of Boise, housed and unhoused alike, and serves as a national model for how other communities should be implementing the decision. By getting homeless individuals off the streets and into housing or shelter, there will be no need to enforce any ordinances against them. Housing, not handcuffs, is what ends homelessness. Howard Beladoff, Associate Director of Idaho Legal Aid Services, went on to say, the settlement represents the efforts of hundreds of homeless citizens of Boise who were prevented from accessing overnight shelter to sleep due to a disability, limited shelter capacity, and shelter policies. The settlement requires the city to focus on services rather than the far more expensive punishment in the criminal justice system and incarceration in the Ada County Jail. That is what we are doing here. That is the proposal, to ensure, and with the goal of permanent supportive housing. This is the interim project. We already have $8 million. Boise was 1.3. City of Oceanside has $8 million committed to housing our homeless population. That's $6 million for an affordable, permanent supportive housing. $6 million for that, $2 million, which is again more than the Boise, to address homelessness via shelters, via a bridge program, and this is all with wraparound services. This is what we are trying to do. We are offering shelter to those who are homeless, and this is what is being required by the law. It is not a healthy situation to be in encampments. I, for one, would like for us to have no encampments in Oceanside, and the encampments, beginning with encampments in the urban areas, and then finally address the encampment along the San Luis River. This is not a healthy situation for our city. I have listened to the comments. I myself have talked to homeless for many years, and also I'm on the task force for the North County Task Force on Homelessness, and every city is working together to address this, to end homelessness in North County. So I think this is this is the city's best foot forward. I really believe in our staff, and that these are truly the best intentions. Certainly we'll be learning through this process. Certainly there's not one size fits all, but this is what is going to do this. And so I hope that we have to have a supermajority, right? That's 4 out of 5?
Correct, for the urgency ordinance.
Okay.
And I'll need to title both before we vote.
Okay, we have one more comment. Councilmember Jensen.
First, yes, I support this item as well. I also support Councilmember Weiss in looking into some property to perhaps consider a tiny home village or some sort of project like that for people that don't want help or are just happy with the way they are in their current situation. And I think that that should be an option as well. And I just want to extend my support for that.
Okay, title?
Okay, this is the introduction of an ordinance of the City of Oceanside amending Article 2 of Chapter 20 of the Oceanside City Code to regulate the act of camping, sleeping, sitting, lying, and storing personal property in certain places. I would recommend we do 2 separate votes here, Mayor. So perhaps first the introduction of the regular ordinance.
Okay,
If that's
let's
acceptable.
vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Okay, and now we have, as part of the motion and the second, the urgency ordinance. This is the introduction and adoption of an urgency ordinance of the City of Oceanside, amending Article 2 of Chapter 20 of the Oceanside City Code to regulate the act of camping, sleeping, sitting, lying, and storing personal property in certain public places. And again, this requires a 4/5 vote.
Let's vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Okay, thank you. We're on item number 28, which is communications from the public on items not on the agenda. Do we still have 8 people?
We should, I'm not sure, but we're about to find out.
Okay.
So we'll go to our off-agenda item, and our first speaker is Sandy Beal, to be followed by Steve Mashiu, to be followed by Shannon Robinson. And we're getting Sandy Beal on the line. And you need to unmute, Sandy. And you could go. Your audio is cutting out on our end, Sandy. We may need to have you log out and log back in, but we'll get back to you. Okay, thank you. We'll move on to our next public comment from Steve Mashiu. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly.
You got it correct, Zeb.
All right.
I'm a 25-year Oceanside resident, and I'm a board member at North Coast Village. I'm also a member of Save Oceanside Sand. I'd like to encourage the council to set aside at least $2 million of this American Rescue Plan stimulus funds for sand-related projects. First of all, we need emergency sand replenishment right now. For example, Buccaneer Beach needs some truckloads of sand during the next 60 days. There is no beach there at all. It's not Buccaneer Beach, it's Buccaneer Rocks. We also know that the ongoing sand replenishment retention feasibility study will require a follow-on engineering study completed fairly quickly if we're going to try to have shovel-ready projects ready on deck for the expected federal infrastructure funding that will become available. Finally, I think the funds could be also used to hire a professional coastal zone planner to advocate and coordinate as well as manage all of Oceanside sand and beach-related efforts. During this next few years, if we're going to make any progress, we need that single focus of one point person on the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And then we're going to try Sandy Beal one more time. See if the audio issues have been cleared up.
Okay, how's that? Is that better?
That's perfect. We can hear you.
All right. Let me get me, okay. All right. Good evening, Mayor Sanchez and City Council members. My name is Sandy Beal. I live in the beautiful Rancho San Luis Rey Mobile Home Park, where I'm the president of the Homeowners Advisory Committee, and I'm also the City of Oceanside Park representative. I appreciate this opportunity to talk. Rancho San Luis Rey is a wonderful place to live. It's an over 55 community of mostly retired people, many veterans and seniors in their 80s, 90s, and even their hundreds. We moved here to enjoy our later years, not to have to worry about an owner that is turning our park into a rental property. John Saunders purchased Rancho San Luis Rey a little over 2 years ago. Since then, he's bought 19 homes and is renting them for up to $2,300 each. This is a threat to our affordable housing. Our homeowners take pride in their homes, and this owner only cares about money, not to mention the management company that is using, Star Management. You may as well say the homeowners have managed themselves since Star Management has taken over. The only thing they do very well is to collect our space rent once a month. Our phone calls and our written complaints go unanswered. The park did not even pass the yearly health and safety inspection. Two of the major issues are the streets and driveways that need to be repaired and the isolation water valves need to be fixed and installed. Oceanside Fire Department is currently the enforcing agency when it comes to the isolation valves. As you can see, Rancho San Luis Rey has many serious issues. Now, we're turning to you, our elected officials, for your guidance and support in working with Star Management. Thank you.
Thank you. Shannon Robinson is not in the room, so we'll move on to our next group of speakers. Our next speaker is Shelley Parker, to be followed by Joe Hill, to be followed by Duke Strode. And Shelley, you could start.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Shelley Parker, and I'm speaking tonight for myself as a homeowner in Rancho San Luis Rey. I'm extremely grateful for our rent control ordinance in Oceanside. I purchased my home here knowing that I could afford to retire. I believe the rent ordinance was written prior to investor park owners that have come into the picture. Parks owned by a family want to have qualified owners purchase a home, pay their rent timely, and follow the rules. Investor owners, as the trend today is to spend as little money on the park as infrastructure as they can, and especially in a rent control park. So failure to maintain has become an issue here in Rancho San Luis Rey. Also, when a home in the park goes up for sale, it is in the investor's owner best interest to slow walk the entire transaction from inspection of the home, written corrections to the seller, buyer approval, and the final paperwork that needs to be signed. Many transactions take 3 to 4 times longer, regardless of the law. Frustration sets in and many sales fall through. Attorneys have to be hired and are not always successful. Then the investor owner ends up buying the house, and now that home is lost to rent control. The park loses, the city loses, and the homeowners in this park lose, and as in all the parks in Oceanside. A park-owned home rents for $1,600 to $2,300 a month versus a rent-controlled home from $500 to $700 a month. The city sees nothing from this rent increase. The investor owner is monetizing a working family, senior, or veteran's hard-earned money for a line item on a balance sheet. The investor owner's mission statement is to identify underperforming assets and to squeeze every dime possible out of them to make them look good on that balance sheet, forgetting that they are actually gambling with people's lives and hard-earned money. As mobile home owners, we are seeing this every day. This account is being spoken in the record to educate you as the council as to what is happening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Joe Hill, to be followed by Duke Strode, to be followed by Dirk Akima. And Joe, you could start.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Joe Hill, 21 here, resident of Oceanside. Over the last very long year on the Zoom meeting platform, the public and the members of city staff have witnessed many probable violations of our city code of ethics and conduct on the dais during the meetings. My question and request is to the mayor and city manager, with guidance from the city attorney, on how both city staff members and members of the public would be able to file a complaint. Oddly enough, there is no pathway or vehicle for doing this in the Code of Ethics and Conduct as it is currently written. This is an accountability and transparency issue of our city government in the minds of the public and the staff. I will be glad to put this request into an email if I'm told who to send it to. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Duke Strode, to be followed by Dirk Ekema, to be followed by Nick Ritchie. And Duke, you could start.
Hello, I'm Duke Stroud, a longtime 40-year resident of Oceanside, and thank you for giving me the time to talk. To quote from my line as Air Boss Johnson in Top Gun, negative Ghost Rider, the pattern is full. But I'm here to tell you the pattern of sand on Buccaneer Beach is empty. The sand is gone. Buccaneer is no longer Buccaneer Beach, but Buccaneer Rocks. Buccaneer Beach is one of the most beautiful, peaceful, treasured beaches around, but without sand, it's absolutely nothing. Buccaneer is a valuable recreational beach for the whole South O, providing enjoyment for beachgoers, surfers, and tourists alike. Now, I trust you received my aerial photos of the Buccaneer Beach taken in 2019, 2020, and 2021, and the one taken on the beach just this morning, and you can see that it's totally covered with rocks and boulders. And I said boulders, presenting a huge safety issue for people getting injured every day. Buccaneer Beach really needs sand now, truckloads of sand, and we don't have much time. Using another one of my lines from Top Gun, I want some butt, and I want it now. I want some sand, and I want it now. Trust you will give this attention to urgent matter, as Oceanside tides are coming again in a few weeks. Your attention is appreciated, and I'll try not to spill any coffee. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is from Dirk Ekema, to be followed by Nick Ritchie, to be followed by Ken Layton. And Dirk, you could start.
Zeb, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You could start.
Great. Good evening, City Council members. Dirk Ekema, Director.
It's over with. Yeah.
Duke, shut up. Director of Save Oceanside Sand, 30-year resident and beach advocate. Hey, listen, Oceanside's got a big problem here. How do we spend or invest $33 million of federal stimulus money? Well, you look around town and there's lots of places where we can put the money, but really no better place than the beach. The beach is suffering. And I come to you, City Council, tonight to ask that you make a firm commitment to invest $2 million into our coastal resources for various reasons. One, to support our tourist activity. Two, to help the COVID economy rebound, because everyone's suffering from that. And then three, to allow residents and participants to enjoy the beach. We certainly need some extra help down there at the beach. So I would ask that we allocate $2 million of that. We've got a couple of various important sand resources that we can do. Steve mentioned that we should take some sand to Buccaneer Beach. We should also divert some sand for around the pier and Tyson Street. Because it seems that the dredging effort might be a little short this year. But in addition to that, we should also allow some money for a staff planning position that could focus on pioneering this sand study that we're currently engaged in. Believe me, it's going to take a lot of time and effort and lobbying to pursue this. And it seems to me that a dedicated individual would be necessary to navigate all the Coastal Commission requirements to get that furthered. Encinitas hired a coastal zone programmer program administrator a couple of years ago, and now they have a $150 million project underway with federal assistance down there. And this is something I think that Oceanside needs to look at and consider as a wise investment for our stimulus funds. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Our next public comment is from Nick Ritchie, to be followed by Ken Layton. Nick, you could start.
Council members and mayor, as Manson prepares to dredge sand from the harbor and place it on the beaches to Tyson Park, we need to remind ourselves that all this new sand will be gone south within months. What if we could retain some of that sand, possibly create a sandbank that could revive the waterfront that we now have from Tyson to St. Malo's? Well, you made a wise decision months ago to fund a retention and replenishment feasibility study to explore methods to save our beach. Your choice of solutions to our devastated beaches will determine much of Oceanside's future economic well-being. And again, thank you for funding this feasibility study. Given the incredible importance that our beaches have for the citizens of Oceanside and the 5 million visitors to the beach each year, I encourage you to earmark a considerable amount of money from the $33 million we have received from the federal government for our beaches. The money would be used in part to implement whatever the council decides is the best plan determined from the sand feasibility study. In addition, I propose the city establish a position entitled Coastal Zone Program Administrator. Currently, Oceanside staff are doing a great job with the beaches, but they are tasked with so many other duties that sometimes the beaches seem to only get a small amount of attention. Our beaches need a full-time focus to rebuild, preserve, protect, and nourish this vital resource. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next public comment was from Ken Layton, but we can't find him in the room. So that concludes the off-agenda topics.
Okay, next is Mayor and our council member items. Item number 29, request by Deputy Mayor Keim and Councilmember Weiss to authorize staff to partner with the Melba Bishop Pickleball Boosters Association for the donation of the construction of additional pickleball courts at Melba Bishop Park, and to allocate up to $200,000 from the city's 2020 to 2021 CIP Pickleball Phase 1 project account to subsidize the shortfall of the private funds already collected for the project. Deputy Mayor Keim?
Pickleball. Let's do it.
Is that it? Okay. Okay, Councilmember Weiss?
Yes, attached to the council item is a letter from the Pickleball Association where they have raised $75,000. They had plans done. They actually had bids prepared and submitted to them to build additional pickleball courts. They were then told that they had to pay prevailing wages for that construction since it was on city property. I'm not advocating $200,000 for them. I think it's only going to be around $15,000 to $20,000 max. But that project that's in the CIP that has had no work done on it all year, I think some of that money would be available to let them move forward. So I will move what the mayor just read.
Okay. Up to $200,000, but it's probably not going to be as much. Do you have any information, additional information, Ms. Lorson? Because we do have 4 people that want to speak on this item, and maybe do you have a better sense of the funding amount?
Mayor and council members, staff is proposing $200,000 to be in the CIP that'll be coming at the budget workshop next week towards this project. That could include completing this expansion project, as well as looking at feasibility of pickleball courts in other locations at other city parks as well. And I did share with staff, with council, the more detailed proposal that the Pickleball Association submitted previously about their proposed project. And so staff is supportive. I do want to also mention, as the mayor stated, the project has been stalled because of lack of staff capacity, but we have made an offer that's been accepted for an associate engineer that will lead all of our park planning and CIP projects, and that person should be starting in early May, and so we'll have someone dedicated to working on this as well as other parks projects very shortly.
Right, and I was the liaison, council liaison to the Parks and Rec Commission, and did attend the meetings having to do with the CIP plan and also with the update to the master plan in pickleball. This was actually included in there on the CIP list with a high priority. I believe it was the top 3, maybe, something like that. And I did get a chance to go out there to see exactly where the expansion would be. So it looks like there would not be any trees or that hill that would be impacted. So we have 4 people.
As of now, we have 4 people. So our first public comment is from Janae Alms, to be followed by Stephen Sims, to be followed by Nancy Brown. So we're getting Janae. We're getting Janae on.
There. I believe I'm on.
Yes, you are, and you could start.
Thank you. I appreciate all of you listening to us tonight. I won't be long because I see how much you do have to do at every meeting. I am the president of the Melba Bishop Pickleball Association. I'm a USAP ambassador, and I also have ran many tournaments for about the last 10 years. With all of those background information there, I just wanted to let you know that we at Melba Bishop have spent years raising this money. I remember speaking with Eileen Turk about getting these courts done. And at that point, we needed to raise $25,000. Each year that we've gone on and not been able to do this, it's increased the amount. So last year, we had a 3, like you said, 3 bids. We took them in because everything was stalled. I looked and everything has been increased, not only because of the prevailing wage, but because everything's costing more now. The main item I want to let you know, though, is the urgency we need to get these courts built. We want to have the San Diego Senior Games stay here in Oceanside. I've run them for several years, over 7 years. And last year we had to tell them we could not do them anymore because we did not have the court capacity. Tournaments continue to increase. We've lost major tournaments that have moved to other venues, but this one we want to keep. People come from all over the Western United States, Arizona, Utah, Hawaii, in order to participate in this. People travel in their little mobile homes, motorhomes, and go place to place, depending on when the tournaments are. This brings in a huge amount of tourism, hotels, restaurants, everything. And what we're emphasizing now, as we have lost some of these tournaments, is super senior events. We also want to work on a juniors program and start having Oceanside be the place where people come for the juniors program. It's expanding so much now that we have a lot of younger people involved. If we can break ground this spring, I've been assured by the San Diego Games Commissioner that we will be able to keep those games here this year. I also can bring in another tournament, a junior tournament during that time. We have a women's league going. So besides everybody needing more space, this is the quickest way that Oceanside can meet some of those requirements. And if possible, we ask that the city staff work with us to build that 4th court there. It will be more cost effective if we do it all at one time. And now that you have somebody hired to help with these projects, I look forward to working with them. I have a lot of knowledge on how to do this and what we need done, and I really appreciate you putting this on the agenda.
Thank you. That's time. Our next public comment is from Stephen Sims, to be followed by Nancy Brown, to be followed by Tom Boggs. And Mr. Sims, you could start.
Good evening, Ms. Mayor, members of the chamber, city council members. My name is Stephen Sims. I'm a resident in Oceanside for 3 years. A year after we moved in here, I was introduced to pickleball, which is the active sport here in our mobile home park. We have grown it so much that we've had to go from 2 active courts to 4. Those courts are used by mostly our homeowners most of the time. We want to speak for Melba Bishop because of the fact that if it weren't for Melba Bishop, we wouldn't have good instructional locations to go to, nor would we have tournaments to enter. This has enabled us as a senior community to speak with other communities in mobile home parks to start the same programs, but it would be centered around the efforts of Melba Bishop Park, which is such a great place. Janae mentioned tourism. That's a major thing. We have wintered people here who make sure they've brought their paddles when they come to stay with us at their homes here or are visiting. So I hope that you can look upon this and release this income so that Melba Bishop can expand, as it will benefit an entire city of active people. Thank you. Sorry, I'm mumbling a little bit. I didn't know I was going to stay up this late.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment was from Nancy Brown, but we can't seem to locate her in the room, so we'll move on to our final public comment from Tom Boggs. And Mr. Boggs, you could start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Mayor Sanchez and City Council, thank you for the opportunity. I've lived in Oceanside 12 years now here in Fire Mountain, and I played pickleball at Melba for about the last 10 years. I want to tell you a story rather than facts and this and that happened to me that maybe will impress with the importance of having those pickleball courts. It was about 2 years ago. I went over to Melba and put my bracket up on the holder that we have and was waiting for a turn to go on. And another older couple came in and they put their paddles up and we were waiting and a court came open. And it was a husband and wife. And I said, well, why don't you two go ahead? You probably want to play together. I can wait till the next one. And the wife said, no, you go play. That's all right. So I went out with this man. He was a little younger than me, quite tall and pretty well built. And we went out, and as we walked on the court, I said, well, my name's Tom. He says, my name's Danny. And we start playing, and we have a good time. Unfortunately, we didn't win that game, which means then you leave the court. So we're back on the bench sitting and chatting. And I asked him, does he come off? And he says, well, my family comes out here every summer for about a month. And we stay here, and my wife really likes pickleball. I'm more of a golfer, but I come and play and that kind of thing. And I said, oh, where are you from? And he said, well, we live in Boston. And I said, oh, what do you do there? And there's a pause, and he says, I'm the president and general manager of the Boston Celtics. And I kind of look at him, and I go, you're not Danny Ainge, are you? Now, I'm a big basketball fan. I played basketball most of my life, and this guy is an NBA champion. And I'm going, oh my gosh, I played pickleball with Danny Ainge. You know, I thought that was pretty special. So we chat some more, and he says, yeah, we like coming out. We always bring our paddles and that kind of thing. The point of this story is people come from all over to play and play pickleball. They bring their paddles, as Steve mentioned, and, you know, we are passionate about pickleball so that if we go on a vacation, one of the first things we do is we Google where are the closest courts that we can play, because we're not going to take 2 or 3 or 4 weeks off while we're on vacation. We take our paddles. And so with all of these people coming in here and staying,
not only are you providing more courts for us locals to play, which we do appreciate, but it is a definite added bonus to our tourism and attraction for people from all over the country to come here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and that concludes the public comment.
Thank you. Back to the council. I'm going to second Councilmember Weiss's motion. Councilmember Rodriguez.
I know everyone wants to go home, but this is my district, and so I just want to say I'm super excited for this. I didn't know what the heck pickleball was until I got elected, and I drive by these every day or take my kids to the park here, and I'm really excited to see these going in, so thank you.
Okay, there is a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you. Do we have any general council comments? Some quick ones? No? Not, we got 10 minutes. We're still under the 10 o'clock rule. Just a couple of things. First of all, things are happening really quickly with the reopening. And in fact, the council chambers will be open at 50% starting on April 19th. Ms. Larson, like a 20-second kind of, can you say just 20 seconds worth of
So, and
COVID
Mayor and
stuff?
council members, yes, we will reopen at 50% capacity the week of the 19th, which means the week of the April 21st council meeting, the public will be able to attend with distancing, masks. We'll have signage and so forth in place. We're in the orange tier, so a lot of businesses are now able to be open at 50% indoors. There's detailed information on the website and at the county if anybody needs that detail. And there's no longer a curfew on after 10 p.m. for food service at restaurants, and that's about it for now.
And
Thank
Mr.
you.
Navarro, people are still going to be able to comment via Zoom
Yes.
if they meet that deadline.
Yes, people could still comment on Zoom, and then for those that don't make the deadline, they could certainly come in here to the council chambers and make public comment that way in person. And that way we could remove any of the technical difficulties that are often associated with the Zoom calls.
Okay, and the last announcement that I have is that I just had my second vaccine today, and I am just so happy, thrilled that I got it. I know, Deanna, you've had yours. John, you've had yours.
We do have one other item, though.
Yes, I know.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because
Yeah, I know.
I was packing up as if we were done.
No,
so,
okay,
yes.
now, item number 30. So please, everybody, get your vaccines. It's a lot easier to get through, and before the rush, because I think it's April 15th or 16th that everybody will be able to get it, 16 and over. Okay, item number 30, adoption of an ordinance amending the Oceanside Municipal Code, Chapter 7, Article 13, cannabis facilities to incorporate language pertaining to odor control and local license status. I move adoption. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a second. Please vote.
I need to title this. So this is the
All right.
adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oceanside, California, amending Chapter 7 of the Oceanside City Code by the amendment of Article 13 regarding cannabis facilities.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Okay, so we now adjourn to a mayor-council workshop. It's actually on the budget, which is Wednesday, April 14th, 2021 at 2 p.m. Thank you very much. Good evening.